We're live.
Welcome to the Tipp City Board of Education, April 26, 2021. I'd like to convene the meeting and start with rising for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Attendance, please, Mr. Stevens.
President Dunaway is absent at the moment this evening. Vice President Zakor.
Present.
Mrs. Dahl.
Here.
Mrs. Heatherly.
Here.
Mr. Patry. Here. There is a quorum this evening, Madam Vice President. We can start the meeting.
Okay. May I please have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion?
I move to amend the agenda to have the citizens' comments be placed from number 5 to number 2 in place of executive session, since we have people out here waiting.
How long is citizens' comments? Because we also will have people phoning in for us. Do we have a thing? Is it, I thought maybe 5 minutes a comment? Is that how long it
I
is?
think the policy says 30 minutes per session, no matter how many there are.
Okay. So how many do we have in the first? Do we need to divide it?
I don't know how.
Do we have the
we're
list?
talking. I can get the list.
Where is this?
Is this also the time we'll be talking about consent agenda?
Yes.
We're done with this topic.
So we need to take a vote on Simon's.
No, we wait for all adjustments.
All changes.
Okay, anything else besides moving around the citizen comment?
Do we need to adjust the time limit? Ian?
I think we stay with the policy. The policy is 30 minutes.
How many people are on there?
The policy also allows the board to waive that, and we've got a history and a precedent of allowing people to speak longer than 5 minutes or combine time at the same time, as well as extending the time. So under J of the policy, we have the discretion to vote on removing the 30-minute limitation.
Well, first of all, I'd like to answer Mr. Stevens' questions. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 citizens signed up. So even if you do 7 times 5, it's 35 minutes.
Is one of those the same person?
Let me check that. No, not in the opening session.
What about in the bottom session?
They're all different.
What is this person in the bottom session the same? Is a repeat?
He's a repeat from the first session.
So is that 7 total or 6 total?
No, in the first opening session, there's 7.
There is 7.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we're talking about one extra person, it's extra 5 minutes, so 35 minutes versus 30. I would move that we remove the 30-minute limitation, increase it to 35 to allow everybody an opportunity to speak as part of our revising the agenda.
Is there a second on that?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
I would agree.
We don't have to vote. We do it all together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me make a note of that.
We actually have under 169.1J, it's extended by vote of the board. So
Are we going to vote after?
So, yeah.
That is a package of everything?
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, we can do 2 motions.
Do we, but I don't know if we need to, if that's a part of the package of all the different changes we're gonna make. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's
Can we-
fine.
Okay.
So we want to put that under approval of agenda.
Yep, I'll do that. Mr. Patry requested that the time limit be increased from 30 to 35 minutes.
Okay. Any other suggestions, changes?
I'm just looking at it real quick.
Heatherly, did you want to do something with the consent agenda?
No, I was looking over it. I think it's okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, are we ready for a vote for the
Let me
approval of the consent agenda items? Mr. Stevens, are you ready?
go ahead and change
Another
this.
minute. It's a long consent agenda.
Public comments, section 5. Move for the first executive session.
Dave, you throw over those ropes.
And I believe if everybody hits F5 or refresh in your computer,
I don't have it.
and move this up, I haven't moved it up yet.
Ah,
There it is.
You have
2A.
you have number 2 moved up there,
Yep.
Mark. What do you have down for the motion under approval of agenda? Do you have the longer version there?
Do I?
Approval of the meeting agenda with the following change.
Great, that's what I'm looking for. Okay. Okay, so we now have the motion to approval of the meeting agenda with the following changes. Public comments, section 5 be moved before the first executive session, and the time limit for public comments be increased from 30 to 35 minutes. I believe we had a first by Joan Heatherly and a second by Corinne Dahl.
Correct.
We'll go ahead and take the vote. Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
That motion is approved.
How do you want to call these folks?
So do you want me to ask?
We'll
for
start
one
with
at a time?
Ethan, he's the first on the list. Ethan Spencer.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'll take that, Ethan.
All right.
Just mind the cord. Thank you.
Ethan, you have 5 minutes and you'll get a little warning towards the end, and that's it's time to wrap up.
All right.
I'll give you a 30-second warning.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Ethan Spencer. I'm 17 and I'm a junior at Tippecanoe High School. What makes someone want to become a member of the school board? Is it because they love education? They love helping children? Maybe it's because they want to have a big role in their community. Whatever the reason is, I think that you all need to check your purpose on this board. I'm speaking in particular about your recent decisions on open enrollment. When I first came to Tipp, I didn't realize that it was a problem that my dad lived just outside of Tipp City and my mother lived in Casstown. My dad had to move into the district in order for me to go to school here. It's widely believed that Tipp has a strong collection of educators here. But with your recent decisions, you've lost some of those educators. But I'm not here to argue with the school board on political matters. Rather, I'm here to present the ethical argument on why open enrollment should be allowed at Tipp schools. As adults who haven't experienced the effects of your removal of students firsthand, I figured that I would offer some insight. So everyone's been the new kid at some point in their life. And I think everyone would say it's difficult. Your parents have to move for work or they have to move for a job. Maybe it's just being the new student at college. Regardless, it's hard. But what if it's your senior year? You need time to adapt to your new environment. If it's your senior year, where are you getting that time? You're not going to be able to adapt to that new environment. I'd like to ask you another question. Do you know the kids who you're kicking out of school? Have you met them? Have you spoken to them before? Well, I'll tell you who these kids are. These students are your top scholars, they're your top athletes, and they're the leaders in the classroom. Why would you want to get rid of them just because of where they live? There are over 600 school districts in Ohio. Of those, 83% allow open enrollment. There are 8 school districts in Miami County. Tipp City is the only one without open enrollment. And why is that? What makes Tipp so elitist that we can't allow people who want to pay to go here? These students aren't just numbers. They aren't just dollar signs that you can fit into your financial equation. These students are real people. And I would hope that you would see that your decisions are immoral. Now you may be thinking, who is this kid? He's 17. Why should I care about his views? I'm in the school. I see what your decisions do firsthand. I will have students that come up to me and tell me that they are terrified of the school board. They're afraid that they're going to be hunted down and kicked out of this school. That's crazy. So, for closing remarks, I would like to use this speech as a call to action for anyone who disagrees with this school board. I challenge other students to come up here and argue against closing open enrollment. So disregard me if you want, but just remember that myself and the other incoming seniors will soon be of voting age. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming in, Ethan.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you. Have a good night.
The next person is Heidi
I'm gonna
Silvers.
vote for you for president in a few years.
Is this go to?
Is it better?
Good luck to you in your job too. You're welcome. Hi, good evening. Most of you know me. I'm honored to be here tonight, which was for a good reason. I'm Heidi Silvers, a retired teacher in the school district, just subbed October 16th through December 18th for Galen Gingrich at Nevin Coppic. I must say, those teachers are doing an amazing job there in mask with 5, 6, 7.5-year-olds. It was amazing. That's one of the reasons I went back. I haven't subbed since I retired, but I wanted to see my granddaughter's first grade in action, and it was simply amazing. Tonight, I want to share some facts about Student Senate. And also on tonight's agenda, we see 6 more resignations in this district, 6 more and 3 supplemental, including 1 in Student Senate. So as we lose Denise Moore, fact 2, on April 11th, the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, request was submitted regarding the communication between a school board member, personal law firm, and a school system as it pertains to Student Senate. To date, no information has been given. Another fact, recently students that were not elected to Student Senate were added to the Student Senate. Wonder why she left. Fact 4, the personal agendas by members of this board is costing our schools money in legal fees, executive session fees, and more importantly, the loss of good administrators and teachers. We are done with it. I just spoke to Mr. Veroff in the parking lot. Both of us shared tears in his eyes as he went to his new board meeting tonight at a new school. He was once a teacher, a great coach, and I'm so embarrassed how we have treated him, and I apologized. And I said, we're not all like this. And my conclusions. Students not elected were added to Student Senate due to threats of litigation by a school board member. Our teachers and administrators are now leaving, not because of better teaching opportunities. They are leaving because of the gross overreach of this board, micromanaging, and abuse on the power of the board. You won't let our principals do their jobs. Simply put, I want to say thank you to Mr. Veroff. Thank you to Chris Zink. Thank you to Denise Moore. Thank you to Dave Stevens. And I totally understand why they are leaving. You better get it together because we are taking back our schools. Thank you.
All right, the next person on the list is Steve Staub. Mr. Stevens, should they be announcing their addresses?
It's on record,
Okay.
but if it's, we haven't done that, but if it says it should, then we can.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Staub, you know the rules, the 5-minute, you get a 30-second heads up.
Okay, thank you. My name is Steve Staub, and I live at 780, the farm at 780 South High Street in Tipp City. My wife graduated from Tipp City Schools, and I have lived here for 29 years. Last week, our daughter is a freshman at the high school. Last week, my wife and I sent a letter to the superintendent and the board expressing our concern for grumblings that we are hearing around town. Tipp City has always been known for quality education and the reason many folks move to the area. Frankly, we really hadn't paid that close of attention to what was going on with the school system until last month when we heard Mr. Zink and others were leaving the school. We began asking questions around town. What I am hearing about the board from teachers, from staff, and other parents is very concerning. I understand serving on a board. I understand the role of the board. I serve on boards locally, statewide, as well as a national board in Washington, D.C., and I even serve on a school board for an internationally acclaimed trade school. From what I am hearing, there could be about 40 or maybe more resignations this school year of people leaving the district. That's about 20%. A typical turnover rate is around 5, maybe 10%, not totally out of line, but 20% is extreme, and it's a direct reflection on the school board. I'm hearing the reason for many of these departures is the toxic culture that the school board has created. Educators are scared for their jobs and feel threatened. They are being micromanaged. The word has gotten out, and our districts, our teachers, and our administration are being heavily recruited from other schools. There are a lot of questions that arise from this potential mass exodus, like what does this mean for the quality of education for our kids? How will you backfill these positions with quality staff? How do you retain the staff that you have? And what would this do to property values in Tipp City as they will suffer from this massive turnover? As I have reviewed, and then today as I was reviewing the agenda for tonight's meeting, I see that Mr. Bierhoff and 9 others have resigned. While I wasn't really paying attention before, you now have my full attention. And attention you will get. While I don't know exactly what's going on, I intend to find out. I've submitted a records request for all communication involving the school board for the last 2 years. And today at 4:39, I received an email from Mr. Stevens denying that request. I don't know what you have to hide, but we're going to find it. The truth is in the data, and I am certain we will get to the bottom of this. A person that works in the district just last week told me where there's smoke, there's fire. I'm going to find the fire. We are going to go through every document and pursue any wrongdoings and any violation of the sunshine laws to the fullest extent of the law. I'm sure when you ran for school board, you had good intentions and you have made progress in some areas, but frankly, where the district stands right now is not the right path. President Roosevelt said, complaining about a problem without posing a solution is called whining. I'm not a whiner, and I'm not here to whine. I have a solution to avoid this forthcoming massive legal mess. The solution to this situation is the resignations of the president and vice president of the school board, along with the resignation of the superintendent. Yes, that needs to happen. Now is the time to move on. The 3 of you need to resign. Not in 3 months, not in 1 month. You need to resign this week. People that know me know I often talk about doing the right thing. My wife and I have a tough decision. We have to figure out what the right thing to do for our child is. Are we going to keep her in the school district or move her elsewhere? That is not something I say lightly. Action is the fundamental key to success. You have our full attention and we are taking action. But you can avoid this mess. You can avoid the ugliness. You can avoid dragging our community through this crap. You need to step down now. The president and the vice president of the school board, along with the superintendent, need to do the right thing
30 seconds.
and need to resign.
Okay, next is Susie Wyatt. Wyatt, are you familiar with the rules?
Somewhat. I know it's 5 minutes.
And you'll get about a 30-second heads up.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Hi, my name is Susie Wyatt, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to speak to you tonight about stagecrafters. And I'm pleased to see that it is on the agenda for approval. Tipp families are fortunate that the district has offered this unique camp for our students for the past 14 years, except for last year because of COVID. There are many sports and STEM programs that our kids can choose from in the summer, which is fantastic. But Stagecrafters reaches a group of kids that might otherwise not sign up for a camp. With Stagecrafters, we have this diverse group of kids that comes together for 2 weeks, and they put together something truly magical. And many will tell you that it was the highlight of their summer. For anyone who's not familiar with the program, it's a 2-week program that's typically held in early June. It's for kids in grades 2 through 8 currently, along with some high school counselors who have to apply to be accepted. This group works for 2 weeks, learning their lines, their songs, and their choreography, and they perform a show 3 times at the end for the public. They learn teamwork and many form lasting friendships. The last show that they did was Frozen Junior in 2019. The 2nd through 8th graders are the actors in the show, and they also have an option to do a tech track if being on stage isn't their thing, so they can learn kind of the ins and outs of set building. But it's the counselors that are really what make the Stagecrafters camp shine. In the past, they've been in charge of essentially running the show. They're involved with casting and directing. They help the kids with their lines and their choreography, and they run all the workshops and all the improv games. These counselors, they just explode with energy and enthusiasm, and the younger kids really look up to them. The older counselors act as mentors for the actors and also the younger counselors, who as they go through the program, step up and fill those shoes. This cycle of mentorship is just beautiful, and I hope this is an aspect of the program that will always be preserved. Stagecrafters is a chance for kids who maybe don't know if theater is their thing to try something very new in a safe and nurturing space. And it's helped to build our excellent theater program in the high school. These kids come to high school already possessing fantastic skills and a ton of enthusiasm for being on stage. And many Stagecrafters counselors have gone on to be accepted into prestigious programs at colleges that are related to theater. And that's a really fabulous thing for them to be able to put on a college application that they were in this program. So many participate every year as long as they don't end up on the dreaded wait list. The program fills quickly. People plan their summers around it, and there's a rush to register. In the past, when it was done by paper, as soon as your kid's book bag came home, you rifled through it, you grabbed the paper out, you filled it out, and you sent it back. So now we get to do that online, so it's a little bit different, but you hover over it and you wait to click that link at usually 7 p.m. I think is when it went live. So to the board, I say to you, the community wants this program to happen this summer. We don't know all of the details that you might have to hammer out to make it possible, but I know that this program has been going on since 2006. For the past 14 years, except for last year, any obstacles to having this camp ready to go each June have always been overcome. And I trust that this board is capable of overcoming anything that comes up in your discussion tonight, just as every board for the past 14 years has been able to do. Yes, we have COVID to work around, but we've made just about everything else work, even if it looks a little bit different. Tipp families are looking forward to clicking on that registration link as soon as possible. Please don't disappoint us.
Ms. Wyatt, I would like to reinforce what you said about Stagecrafters. And,
We do not comment with public comments.
okay, I'll pick it up in. Thank you. Next is Karen Kabus.
Karen, do you have a paper for me?
I do. Thank you for the reminder. So, hello, my name is Karen Kabus. I stepped up last month on March 22nd meeting to make a citizen comment because I was deeply concerned over the resignation of Mr. Zink and the several administrators before him. I encouraged you to show value to our school employees for all their tremendous hard work they had shown this year. And I begged you to figure out why we have had a mass exodus of educational professionals, particularly leadership positions, over the past 12 months. Here's what I've learned in the past 30 days. We may be a small town, but we are a great big community of people who love to rally around our schools, our children's education, and our educators and employees of our school district. When we rally together with concerns that there is harm and chaos in our school leadership, it's not difficult to be met with, what can we do to help? Our school leadership should realize the stakeholders of our community, the generous givers of time and talent, and the truly good people of Tipp City when they want to get a message out. We are your allies, not your enemies. You should probably treat us as such. We can do great things together, and that is what we want. You are part of a community who loves their schools. We will rally behind you when you vow to do no more harm. The second thing I've learned in 30 days is we have another administrator resigning today. You have not stopped the exodus. Thank you, Mr. Verhoff, for your innovative ideas, your strong education and child development, particularly in the teenage years, and all the behind-the-scenes influences that you have had. You will be missed. And this is another huge loss for our district. So now we're needing to hire an assistant superintendent, a treasurer, a high school principal, and middle school principal. These are key positions of leadership. How is this board going to recruit that kind of talent? According to my research, that would be approximately 65% turnover of administrative staff in the past 18 months. That is nowhere in an acceptable range. Our board leadership is failing us. You should be yelling by this point, saying we value you. How can we help you? What assistance do you need to do your job well? Rather, I'm hearing daily reports of policing and reprimanding of our professionals in our schools. They do not need to be controlled. The third thing I've learned in 30 days is no administrative position has a guaranteed contract at the end of this year. Historically, Tipp City administrative contracts have not all ended in the same year. They should roll off at different years, just like our board does. Also, historically, administrative contracts have been signed 6 to 12 months ahead of time so that our school principals and other administrators know that they are guaranteed of employment within our schools. We have shown them value and appreciation in the past by wanting them to stay here, by letting them know that Tipp City wants them and needs them, that their professional values are needed and essential to our schools of excellence. Last year, they were told their contracts would not be negotiated until the end of this year. That would be after most interviews have happened. So our administrators would be taking a risk on knowing if they have a job in our school district or not. Why should we be asking our administrators to be taking that risk with their livelihoods? The fourth thing I've learned in 30 days, our school buildings have become a place of scrutiny, reprimands, disciplinary meetings, and watchdog type of behavior. Our teachers and administrators are performing the amazing task of educating our students, encouraging them to go further, and to become great human beings. All the while, our educators have a watchdog on their backs. They are being asked to teach about respect, integrity, and responsibility when their employers are doing just the opposite. The number of stories I've heard in the past month is quite sickening. And this doesn't even touch on the legal proceedings of our student senate, a member board ranting on Facebook about her white Porsche when our teachers can't like Facebook posts, and a security breach of our children's information. Man, it's been an exhausting month. Figure out that the problem sits in this room. You are not solving them. You are only causing them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Watson, Don Watson.
Thanks for having a podium tonight. I appreciate it. Ready?
Yeah.
I've kind of changed what I'm going to say tonight from what was going on because of what came to my life this week. I don't know if you've heard, but I met a man, Mr. Dave Rector, about 7 years ago at the girls and boys basketball games. We became friends. But last Saturday night on April 17th, after him and another couple were eating at Bob Evans, they left on Harmony Drive, which takes you to the rear of Menards, and a teenager did not stop at the stop sign and T-boned them, and she was killed. So I cannot imagine what Dave is going through right now. She was only 71 years old, just in the prime of their retirement. Another subject that has no comparisons to that is in the Tipp Gazette. We had 2 letters to the editors this week, which is unusual. They were kind of against the school board, and I hadn't seen neither one of them here for the last 6 months that you've been open. So from what I take from their letters and what I was hearing out front, rumors are going around town, not facts. And I wanted to share with you what's on the Dayton School Consortium. The reason teachers and administrators are leaving, there's 667 openings in the Dayton School Consortium. That's a lot of openings. So Tipp City is not the only one that's having resignations. I would mention a couple from my family. Wait a minute, I want to back up here. I wanted to mention, especially tonight, a couple of scriptures. That's where you retreat to when you think things are going bad. You go to the scripture and see what Christ has us to say. You don't, as it says in his word, you don't lip or tongue service it, or you cut the tongue out. And I'm afraid from what I've seen, rumors and tongue is tongue in cheek. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever a man sows, that will he'll reap. God will take care of it, not people. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever a man sows, that he also will reap. For he who sows to his flesh will of the flesh reap corruption, but he who sows to the Spirit will of the Spirit reap everlasting life. This is truth. I know last time, I didn't hear it tonight from, well, the one I was in here, but I got called out by Mr. Stefanik about using the position name of athletic director. But I didn't hear that used tonight. I was listening to the streaming outside. But I'm going to tell you, Corinne, you've been a stable fixture of this board, and this is where God speaks to you. And let us not grow weary while doing good, for in due season we shall reap if we do not lose heart. So take that promise. There's 8,817 promises in the Bible. So stand on them, okay? I would further like to say that to the rest of the board. You've been working hard. There's a special verse in John chapter or verse 35. Do not say there are still 4 months and then come the harvest. Behold, I say to you, lift up your eyes and look at the fields, for they already are white unto harvest.
25 seconds down.
Okay. And this one, I would mainly speak to Dave. In the talents that Christ passed out, he said to the 5 talented men, well done, good and faithful servant. You were faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. Enter into the joy of the Lord.
That's time down.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay, then the last person on our list is Andy Treziak.
It's Trezak. It's okay.
Trezak, I'm
It's okay.
sorry.
No, everyone does it. It's okay. Mr. Stevens.
Do you know the rules, Mrs. Treziak?
I read the sheet that I was
It's 5
given.
minutes, and Mr. Stevens will give you a 30-second warning.
Okay,
So,
all right, thank you. I'd just like to say,
did you say 5 seconds?
my name is Andy Trezak. I have been a resident of Tipp City for 14 years. I have a 2018 graduate
a senior this year and a fifth grader who attends a different school district. That is something we can talk about at a different time if anyone wants to reach out and ask me why. I am reading some comments a friend of mine and I put together because she's actually afraid to address you. So I'm speaking on her behalf today. She's a little afraid of retaliation, to be quite honest. By now you are well aware of the concerns of the community. You've heard quite a few people today. The alarming amount of administrative resignations, along with the fear of losing teachers, has caused great concern. I've heard many rumors about investigations and the culture of fear that has been created by this board in our schools. I'm not a person, though, who likes to believe rumors, much like Mr. Watson said, so we set out to find facts. While combing through the board documents publicly available on the school website, we set out to see if we could find any trends to support or dispel the rumors that we've been hearing. One trend I noticed is that this board is holding more meetings than past boards. In 2017, there were 20 board meetings. In 2018, there were 28. In 2019, there were 31. In 2020, there were 37. So far in 2021, there have been 16 meetings counting this one. That leaves us on pace to hold over 40 board meetings this year, if the board continues at the rate they've been in the first quarter. Each board member is paid $125 when they attend a meeting. And as a taxpayer, I'm curious as to why so many more meetings are needed than in past years. In the January 2020 board meeting, a motion was made to increase the board's work sessions from 1 per quarter to 1 per month. This has caused an increase in meetings. 8 of the 12 work sessions in 2020 were spent in private executive session. In 2021, all 4 of the work sessions have included private executive sessions that are kept from public view. The public is paying for more work sessions that they cannot view or know the outcome of. What work is being done in private? Another trend I noticed while researching was a marked increase in special meetings being called. In 2017, there were 2. In 18, there were 5. In 19, there were 8. In 2020, there were 10. And in 2021, we've had 5, and it's only April. The vast majority of these meetings in 2020 and 2021 are spent in private executive meetings that are not viewable by the tax-paying public. What events have caused the need for so many special meetings? Even in March of 2020, there were 6 special meetings called, but only 1 of those was called to create a COVID response plan, and 3 of them were in private executive session. And now on to all of these executive sessions. I've not had the chance to look at all of them in the past years, but in 2020, there were 21 executive sessions spread out over 37 meetings. And in 2021, there have been 11 in the first 15 meetings. These executive sessions are being called for BOA policy 0166 and ORC 121.22. This policy includes investigations of public employees and charges against public employees, among other personnel-related items. Could the answer to all of these questions be in those meetings? Are the employees of our school district being investigated and intimidated in these meetings? Why are we spending so much time on these matters? What is happening behind closed doors? And why are the doors being closed by this board so much more often than by the past? I've not gotten to the times an attorney has been called into these executive sessions, also costing taxpayers more money. This is my research so far. And as I said, this is my friend's research with me, and we will continue our search for facts. If you'd like to reach out anytime, I have emailed you and you are welcome to email me back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Watson, I would like to know if he will be granted his second.
We see this, we went over 35.
No, there's still time, but it's supposed to be limited to 5 minutes per person.
I think we've got a history, so for to go to the order for what it's worth, I think we've got a history and precedent here of allowing Mr. Watson to speak. I know we've got executive sessions and time considerations, and so I'd be amenable to allowing him to come back on the second session if others are. I provide him more opportunity to speak. To me is consistent with what we've done in the past.
I think in the past too, have we let him combine? I don't think we offered to combine this time.
We're only at 26 minutes total, so.
Okay,
I would agree. You could come at the end. We have a huge agenda. Things
Yeah, we
that
do.
People waiting for us.
if he's willing to wait, Ms. Robbins, that's fine. So the next item on our agenda is 3, executive session. And we'll be adjourning to executive session for purposes authorized under Board of Education Policy 0166 and ORC 121.22 G3 and 4, conferences with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are the subject of pending or imminent court action, and reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment. Can I get a motion, please? Oh, excuse me, do I announce that now?
You can do it after.
Okay, can I get a motion to go into executive session, please?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Okay, first by Heatherly, second by Dahl.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Okay, now you can announce that, yeah.
Okay. And we will be inviting in Mr. Stefani, Ms. Carroll with Retzel and Andrews, and Mr. Stevens as needed.
Okay, so we're gonna go into executive session at 6:42. I'm going to mute and stop the video. We are back, Mrs. Core.
Okay, we're back in regular session now and
7:33.
yes, 7:33. And we're moving on to item 4, committee reports.
This is still looking good.
Meeting minutes for Miami Valley Career Technology Center. We want to thank Mr. Gilmore very much for his great information that he always provides. Is there any comments on this? No? Okay, item number 5, superintendent and assistant superintendent comments. Mr. Stefani?
Thank you, Mr. Core. I put an item in here for a new creations report. You should have received, I believe on Thursday or Friday of last week, the actual print copy. But we have Ms. Gruber here from New Creations to talk through the report with you, if you'd like.
Is Becky coming to give us a presentation?
I believe
Is that what's
so.
happening?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just going to talk through the report, yes.
I see, okay.
They're coming in, and I'm going to try to put a presentation up on the screen for everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Next is final.
Yes. This we have a PowerPoint on that. When you finish, and we can carry it in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah. Got it up. That's nice and colorful. So first I wanted to thank you very much for the opportunity of being able to come here and share with you what we all have been able to accomplish this year through the Nexus program. And my name is Becky Gruber. I am the Nexus Director through New Creation Counseling Center. I would like to introduce my colleague, Elizabeth Sweeney. Elizabeth covers 6 of the buildings in Tipp. So she really has a pulse everywhere, and certainly 5. 5? Yeah. Reality. 5. Thank you. All right. So this is an opportunity to again review what has been accomplished through the program. So general information, I thought it was interesting. I just kind of did this for my own curiosity. And this was as of a couple of weeks ago. But 759 sessions have been, counseling sessions have been given at Tipp City Schools since we have partnered together. And I thought that was pretty interesting. And again, that number is obsolete because I was there today working, and we will continue to add to that number as we move forward. So types of counseling services provided, and this is a little unique to this year, but I think we all understand what's going on. We have been able to offer in-person as well as telecounseling, and we were able to switch pretty quickly based on student needs. I know I would meet with a student in person because they were at school one week. The next week they were quarantined. We met online.
And so we were able to provide a continuum of care very smoothly that really worked, even though it presented its unique challenges to have to switch so quickly, but we were able to incorporate that into the program. So the other service that we were able to provide, Lizzie co-facilitated an anxiety group at the high school with the school counseling intern. This is something through New Creation Counseling Center that we would like to build on. We see a need for starting some more group work in the future, especially kids in junior high and high school, but I think all kids enjoy that connection with their peers, and they can learn very effectively from each other. So there's some real value in doing that. And Lizzie was able to prove that this year in running a group like that. So the total number of students receiving services this school year was 58 students, and all buildings were served. There is a breakdown on the next page. So kindergarten, first grade had 2 students served, 3-4 had 5, 4-5 had 6, and then the middle school had 18 students total, and the high school then had 27 students total. So that was the breakdown in the areas as it turned out. So any questions? And by all means, please let me know if you do have a question as we go through this information.
The 58 students increased how much from the 2019 contract? Do you happen to know?
It's comparable.
I see.
Now, keep in mind, since we came to such a sudden halt, even though we continued to provide services remotely, it did slow down referrals after March 16th. And we noticed this year, especially at the beginning of the school year when there were more kids learning remotely, our referrals were down a little bit. I think it does make a difference when teachers and counselors don't have their eyes on students. It's hard to know as well what's going on. As more students came back, our referrals definitely picked back up, and we continue to have accepted referrals up until this past Friday, I think the 23rd. So the topics that we're mostly focused on, even though we covered a wide variety with individual students, was anxiety, generalized and social anxiety, depression, trauma, and self-esteem issues. So those were probably our top 4 areas of concentration overall.
May I ask you about your, because I was looking here forward to see if you had that broken down on your, sorry, that's a mess. That's my anxiety. Okay. I think it'd be really helpful to a district. I don't know if you have that data now, but maybe even moving forward, if you could even, if it was breaking down like the anxiety, for example, is it originating outside of the school and being carried into the school, or do you identify sort of the nidus of where is it things, or is it being sort of generated when they walk in that building and then their anxiety starts to take over?
I think that answer is very individualized.
Yes.
But it is a good question. Obviously, through therapeutic services, we help students identify their triggers in order to be able to develop coping strategies to address those particular triggers.
So even well, I guess where I'm coming from, collecting that data over time could be maybe could be insightful for our district to see what, like you said, what the main triggers are,
Okay.
and then what we may or may not be able to do to help lessen those or alleviate those triggers. Yeah, it's just looking at the numbers over time.
Sure.
And teasing more out to see, are they bringing it into the building or are they receiving it from generated by coming into the building?
I think there is benefit in asking questions because it provides you with more information. So even though I don't have that information for you, I understand the question. It would be maybe interesting to take a look at that. So we'll keep that in mind. Thank you. What we do, though, is we do track our progress, same as progress monitoring in the schools, because we want to be able to make sure that we are having a positive difference, and we have to have data to be able to show that. So we have a system set up that tracks this and helps us have the information we need to maintain our effectiveness in working with students. So one way we do that is through what we call the PHQ, the Personal Health Questionnaire. Students, when they are referred, start this process, and that gives us a baseline of information when an individual student starts the counseling process. And then we track the changes that are made over time. So this is an overall measure based on all of the students that we've worked on. The PHQ really is made up of 2 screeners, one for depression and one for anxiety. So it indicates possible score of 27. There are questions that the kids ask that indicate how, what are the symptoms and how severe are those symptoms. And then depending on how they score that, it tells us whether they're mild, moderate, or in the severe level. So the data collected on our depression screeners indicate that the average intake score was a 13.5 out of 27. 71 students had a change in the score of 5 or higher, which would be moderate level. And that average decrease in their PHQ score was a 7.46. 68 of all students that scored a 10 or higher, 89% of them showed significant improvement on the follow-up questions.
Wow.
So those kids that would be considered more moderate to severe, that's the 89% of them did show a significant decrease.
Can I add something to that?
Absolutely.
So a lot of the data that we collect too, we try to score them about every 28 days as well. So the data that you're receiving, it's pretty current then as well, as a measure for how the students have changed overall since the beginning of when they started receiving services.
So anxiety, the screener for that has a possible score of 40, and those are grouped into 5 categories as well: none, mild, moderate, severe, and extreme. The decrease in the total score suggests that there is a drop in symptom severity. So the data collected for Tipp City students in this area, 57% of the students had a drop that lowered their symptom severity, with 64% of the students presenting in the moderate to extreme range. Of those students, 67% presenting severe or extreme showed significant improvement.
Wow.
The third piece of information, which I find to be very valuable, is we also ask our students after they've started the counseling process to take a student satisfaction survey. That is made up of 4 questions. And again, we give this about every 28 days as well. And the scoring for our student satisfaction survey from the students themselves who are receiving the services indicate an average total of overall satisfaction ranked from a 93 to a 94%. So we were pretty pleased with that. I know as a mental health counselor giving services, though, I use this information to guide me. When I give it to a student, I then look at it. Often I will then talk about it with the student, gain information from them, and that guides me in making sure that I am meeting their needs and giving them what they want and need. So this is good information overall, but it's actually very helpful clinically as well. So we had a chance to kind of review what the results mean. Data, again, suggests a large majority of the students presenting anxiety symptoms are improving. The depression symptoms as well have significant improvement based on the data from students. And the number of sessions continue to grow this year, as well as the referrals. And so any questions on our data piece? All those numbers being thrown at you can be a little confusing. I want you to understand how that's used.
So assuming that a student has started with you from the beginning, do they get one session a week? What's the frequency and the length of a session?
That's a good question. It depends on individual student need.
Okay.
I would say, though, to make sure that we are being efficient and consistent with our therapy, we try to see a student at least every other week.
Okay.
There are students, though, that need that weekly interaction and services. So, and then we have students who've made progress. We start phasing them out, and we may do a check-in every 3 or 4 weeks before they're ready to be discharged. So I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely
It just
does.
depends.
Right, and which would be appropriate. And do you ever do like sessions with a teacher? I'm just imagining a student that has a lot of anxiety, maybe giving them strategies that they can employ in the classroom to help support the work that you're doing in your sessions, to see that transfer of skill from the sessions that you do to now the student owns that strategy and can use it in the classroom. Do you ever do that?
We have the ability to do that, although we are very aware of confidentiality. So we walk a fine line. Often how we can work that out is I can talk with a staff member about a specific topic, say anxiety, and I can give them strategies they can use overall
that would benefit any student with anxiety
that's struggling with anxiety.
Gotcha.
Rather than having to be specific about talking about a student.
XYZ does this strategy.
Right.
Got it.
That's our way of being able to give information. I think what also is valuable in doing that too is giving teachers vocabulary that I'm using, and they can then use the same vocabulary to reinforce those skills and strategies.
Yes.
And again, we can do that by just talking about the topic in general.
And do you have time to, like, if you wanted to say, well, geez, in this building, I'm seeing students with a heightened sense of anxiety. Is there time available for you to talk to, or do you send out an email, or how would you communicate to staff? Here's some good strategies for stressed out students.
We really haven't been approached.
Oh, okay.
But we are available, again,
No, I
this
just-
year, my 37th year in education. And I am always amazed at what educators do. They step up
Yeah.
and they figure out a way.
Yeah.
But I think everyone was really busy just trying to hold down the fort, if you understand what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
But we are available for that. And I know we have also talked about, doing a staff, meeting at a staff meeting.
Oh, like a little like mini PD, little,
Right.
like, okay. That would be cool.
That could be an option as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure. So we're ready to talk about the end of the year. Yay. I mean that in a positive way, of course. So the last day that we accepted new referrals for this school year was last Friday, April 23rd. And the last day for students to receive services at school for this year will be the week of May 17th, and I think that Friday is May 21st. So what we are starting to do in the process of ending this year is Lizzie and I are meeting with each of our students as we continue to provide services. But we're going to be working with our students to evaluate their progress with their treatment plan, and then help to determine a mental health recommendation for parents this summer. So again, the students going to be involved in this process, and we'll get their input, but this is something we want to pass on to parents as well as another way to communicate with them. A letter will be going home in the mail. It will indicate the number of sessions the student has received through the Nexus program, whether the student has made minimal, moderate, good progress, or ready to be discharged, and then our recommendation for summer programming. So there are a couple of options to keep consistency for those that need it. We are offering summer services through New Creation Counseling Center for those students that want to continue. So those last 2 weeks when school's finishing up, we're going to be working on transitioning to our summer programming at our agency. This will be at a cost to the parent. We've entered into a contract for the school year. So during the summer, that is something that parents will need to take care of, but they can tap into what New Creations has to offer as far as a sliding fee scale. And we can make allowances for parents depending on situations, or tap into insurance, whatever the individual need is. So some students will need to continue, or will recommend that they do. Others are probably going to take a break over the summer. And then the third group will be discharged. And again, that's going to be information we're going to share with parents in a letter that we will be mailing out to them by the middle of May.
So Ms. Gruber, I think it's important to tell the public, we get state dollars for this, correct, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, we use our
It's under the
wellness money.
wellness, so it's not, I mean, it's all taxpayer money, but the point is it's not coming out of our local,
It's not out of our general fund.
it's not out of our general fund. So what I'd like to know is when, this is great. I know this is more data than we had last year. This is stuff I love to look at, and it sounds like you're doing a good job. So thank you. Could you just kind of explain, like when the student from the school comes into your service, that's covered through the wellness funds, the tax dollars, correct? Or the grant money, I should
Right,
say.
it is a combination.
And so what I'm asking is, when does that no longer become the grant? When does it become their out of pocket? Or is there Do you know what I'm trying to ask?
Yes, well, on the intake form, parents are asked if they want to access insurance. And if they have that available, often they will agree to that, which at times may hold them accountable to a copay. So that would be their out-of-pocket expense. Sometimes there isn't insurance to tap into, or they aren't comfortable with that. And we have worked out the agreement to cover the cost through the Nexus program.
Okay.
So the change would be during the summer to continue services. It could be an out-of-pocket expense, but we also have the availability to enter into a financial agreement depending on family situation.
Okay.
Does that answer your
I
question?
think so. So when the school year ends, that sort of dictates to how the funding ends at that particular time.
For the Nexus
For
program.
that client, okay.
Yes.
For the Nexus.
I guess the other piece that I need to share with you is our seniors, because continuity of care is important to us. And those seniors who've been in the Nexus program at the end of this school year will be discharged from the Nexus program. But we have availability to have them access New Creation Counseling Center and can get them set up to continue services. We will also be providing them with resource information, not just on our services, but lots of other mental health services, as well as other resources here in the community as they make their next step forward after high school.
That's wonderful.
So that's how we're handling the senior piece of that transition.
Thank you. That's good to know. Is there any other questions? Okay.
Thank you for everything you're doing for our students. I've heard nothing but phenomenal, praise for what you guys have done for us. So thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to work with the kids too in the district.
I just want to say that this is a true example of teamwork, because that's what it's taken. And bottom line, it was our students who received the benefit. And that's why we do what we do. But it's the board here that approves what we do, along with the staff, the administration. I can't say enough about the counselors and the time and support that they give us and their ability to work with the students as well, along with parents.
Yes.
So it's a good example of what works well when everyone pulls together. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your drive.
Yes.
Okay, the next item, number 6, I believe.
Yeah.
Is it number 6, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, it is.
Am I on target? Okay, TCEA comments. Do we have, no
I don't believe we have it.
No TCEA. Number 7, president's comments. Mrs. Dunaway's not here, but she gave me permission to make a few of my own, which I'd like to do. Well, it was a very kind of forceful voices, citizen comments, and I certainly don't want to dismiss people's feelings, but I think that, what do I want to say? I think that COVID has had a great impact on us in more ways than we even realize, especially in terms of isolation and kind of having people feel less relevant because they're not around and congregating as much as they did. And I think sometimes those feelings sort of start penting up. My concern with what I've heard tonight is I think that there's a lot of anger that's being driven by, not necessarily by factual information. And that's really disturbing to me. we certainly don't want to lose quality employees at any level. I don't need to be schooled about the importance of quality employees. I put 3 kids through it and had my challenges. And so I know about the good educators in Tipp City, and I know about valuing them. But I'm very concerned about some of this hyperbole that we're down to, in terms of departures, we're down to the bare bones. They're leaving in droves. This is just not the case. And I'm going to ask people to please try and balance that out a little bit with some conversations. And please remind people that are using this type of language that it's not really helping our district. When you're really behind your district, I want you to know that that is having an impact. And it's having an impact even to the point of people that are considering applying here or not applying here. So if we're on the team where we want the district to succeed, then I think we should help be supportive and more careful and cautious of our language. For example, one of the comments mentioned the Dayton Consortium. So I called the Dayton Consortium today and I spoke with their human resource, Marion Stout, great person. She had 25 years human resource director at Choice Schools. And I told her our situation and I said, what are the numbers looking like, on the Dayton Consortium now? And she said, well, kind of surprised me. They're really a little less than normal based on last year because we had so many people for remote demands. But I said, then look at our numbers in Tipp City. So we went through them. And we have, I believe today, 1 teaching position, 2 administrators. I know we'll have a couple more put on there, but I asked her based on her year's experience and human resources and knowing this area so well, 25 years at Troy Schools, now down at Montgomery County ESC. I said, we're hearing a lot of the sky is falling in Tipp City. This is what's being perpetuated. She looked at the numbers and she gave me her permission to say this. So she knows I'm going to say this. She said, oh no, based on these numbers, the sky is not falling in Tipp City. So I just want to bring that into the conversation to help provide some balance and reassurance and confidence. And I really would greatly appreciate the people in our community that recognize this and that we need to definitely address deficits. We need to know where they're coming from and why, but at the same time, guard ourselves against very exaggerated languages and fear. To that, I'd like to say, this is really a passion point for me. And I'm getting beat up, that's okay, I signed up here. But this board in 2020, all 5 of us were in favor of having on our agenda every month a spot for TCEA comments, teacher comments. We were the first board to do this. TCEA formed in 2016, I believe. Get my data here.
2015 was the first school year.
First school year in 2016.
No, I'm sorry.
I have the
2016.
I have the OEA here. They were formed on March 18th, 2015, according to the Ohio Education Association. That means that in 16, 17, 18, and 19, there were 4 years of opportunities to have a voice. I remember those days very well. When somebody who sent a thing that they've lived here 30 years and never seen anything like that. No, I'm sorry, you're wrong. I remember back before the teachers formed, we did have a lot of staff teacher departures. And that was one of the reasons the teachers united for the union. And I have the news article here back in 2016. And it states, by their representative, the TCEA said Thursday that concern over staff turnover was part of the reason behind the teacher's decision. We know we have a very serious problem. The teacher turnover in Tipp schools was much higher than normal last year. It was a major concern to us. We also have statements that the teachers wanted a voice. They wanted to have a direct voice and input. So here's where I'm leading to all this. I believe in communications. I wanted press releases here back in December and January. My colleagues knew I tried to fight for that. I still want it. But we in 2020 opened up a comment every month for the teachers union to come in and speak directly to this board, which is one reason they were frustrated. They didn't have that avenue prior to 2020. So we had the union leaders come in up through October. And then October, November, December of 2020, January, February, March, and now April. That's 7 consecutive months that I've been here for every meeting. And there's been no teacher in here talking to us, presenting their views, communicating to us. I'm asking that we be fair. You know, you can't get in to fix things or to understand things if you don't have that two-way communication. We created this platform for that two-way communication, untimed, unfiltered. I love hearing from the teachers. I sent this to the president, September 28th, 2020, to Mrs. Younger. Thank you for this update and your investiture and wanting to make the district the best it can be. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say and counting on your candor. But we are not mind readers. And so for 7 months, I'm asking in a sincere question of fairness, where was your input to us? 7 consecutive months preceding negotiations. Where was the communication to us? I've been here. The doors have been open. So when people got their weaponry out and they're ready to attack, I understand it's isolation and COVID, things are getting on everybody's nerves. But can we please have some fairness in this dialogue? I'm asking the community to come together, be more precise with your concepts and ideas, and try to work together so that we can identify if in fact we have a problem, how serious is the problem, and what we need to do to fix that. I always welcome that. And that's, oh, and then I do want to say something on a separate matter. This is the fun part. The board would like to definitely give recognition to a junior at the Tipp High School by the name of Davis Featherstone, who did an amazing, remarkable job of getting a perfect score on his ACT test, 36. And that was in 4 categories: science, math, reading, and English. I mean, that means 0. He missed 0. I don't know. I know I couldn't do that, even at his age. So it's really remarkable. And what I really find interesting about this young man, that with all the noise, all the distractions, all the COVID, I read that he had a goal. He wanted that perfect score. He stayed focused and he attained it. And I just, that should be an inspiration to all of us. So congratulations, Davis Featherstone. We're really proud of you. And that's my comments. Okay, number 8, Treasurer's Report.
I'll make a motion for the April Treasurer's Report.
Let me read that motion. I apologize. Approval of the monthly financial report for March of 2021. So that was a motion by Mrs. Heatherly.
Yeah, March, or not April.
March 2021, yes. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? Ready for a vote?
Oh, wait a minute.
No, it's
I'm
all right.
sorry.
It's all right. Just business as usual. We're moving along. March was the month where we received our final tax receipts for the year.
Mhm.
You'll see the cash balances have jumped up, but again, we won't receive any more taxes until August. So we'll be going for a while for a gap, and we'll rely on those to get us through until we get our next tax receipts or advances.
Okay.
So we're still paying back the open enrollment money that was advanced to us. When
Yeah.
will that be finished?
June will be the last payment. So they gave us, what was it, July through October, they gave us money based on what we received in the previous fiscal year. And then when they updated the enrollment counts and this October, or first pay in November, they realized that we weren't supposed to have any. And so then they spread it out over the entire rest of the year to take the money back. So yeah, the last one will be scheduled in June, and then we'll be back to zero, and that shouldn't happen again next year.
So in the section for other operating revenues, it looks like the sentence, very last sentence stops. Is there some completion there? Overall, total pilot revenues were slightly higher in.
No, that's just, it's there on the Excel spreadsheet, just didn't make it to the PDF.
Okay.
Okay.
And how much we're paying back in open enrollment to State of Ohio is $134,000.
In total, yes.
Any more discussion?
Let me see if I can get the final information on that right there. Overall total pilot revenues are slightly higher in 2021 than in previous years. So our pilot money is higher now than it has been in 2020 or 2019.
And this report is not audited, correct?
Correct.
All right, then just consistent with past practices, and when I don't approve financial reports that are not audited, so I will be abstaining for those reasons.
Okay, any more discussion? Mr. Stevens, you want to call the vote?
Heatherly?
Yes.
Dahl?
Yes.
Patrick?
Abstain.
Zakor?
Yes. All right, item 8C, then and now certification, approval of the ORC.
We're on 8B.
Oh, sorry. 8B. What did I say? 8C?
8C.
I'm sorry, 8B, thank you. 8B, approval of the fiscal year 21 appropriation amendments. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Heatherly,
I'll second.
second Dahl. Discussion?
Dave, can you explain the section at the bottom? It starts with the athletic booster money. The increases needed to cover remaining estimated expenses.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Like, do we have a gap that we needed to fill?
Correct. Charges for Fund 24, that's our self-insurance fund. They were just higher than anticipated. So we've been using a little small bit of our cash balance that we carried over from last year
From that fund.
from our self-insurance fund.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And we just had to increase for the expected expenditures for the rest of the year.
Okay, thank you.
That's just an estimate. You don't spend it all.
Dave, down at the bottom where it says, wait. Make sure I'm on the right one. It says athletic booster money to cover scoreboard expense.
Mm-hmm.
What scoreboard is that?
Gosh, I believe this is at the middle school.
Okay.
Yeah, at the middle school, there was Janice had informed me, I'm not sure if it was a basketball scoreboard. I think it was.
Oh,
Something went out and the boosters provided funding for that repair.
Nice.
okay. Mrs. Dunaway's joining us.
Thank you, 817, I need to make a note of that.
What was that about? 817. So are we ready for a vote on item 8B.
We are. Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Okay, now let me add that Mrs. Dunaway is in the meeting and it'll allow her to be on the votes as well.
Wiring up. You ready, Mr. Stevens, or?
Yes, I'm ready to move on.
Okay, I'll finish up 8C and then we'll be on item 9 and I can turn it over to our president. We'll do 8C. Okay. Approval of the ORC 5705.41 purchase order certification then and now fiscal year 21 or March of 21.
I'll move.
I'll second. Okay,
Heatherly and Dunaway.
yes. Any discussion?
Just that there is one item, and that is the chiller agreement for Weibel. They entered into that, but I don't.
Is that Nevada Broadway?
There's two buildings.
Okay.
I think neither one of, I think it's
I think it's LT.
LT in the high school.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, chillers.
Yeah.
We had that fridge issue. My brain was on the fridge. Sorry about that.
That's all.
Mrs. Dunn, what should we do with?
Anyways,
Oh, you
she's
can
just
just
not,
vote. She's in the ladies' room.
not present at the vote, that's all.
Okay.
So Heatherly,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Mrs. Dahl is not present. Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so we're on item 9A, old business, and I'm very much like to turn it over to our board president, Mrs. Dunaway. I think it's a good transition period. Do you mind?
Yeah, sure. Is there any old business?
I have old business.
Go ahead.
It's actually related to the treasurer's report and think that as a board, we should recognize that the district had a successful audit and recognize Dave and his staff in the financial management office. Those systems are systems that you keep up every single day. And that audit is a snapshot into those systems. And I thank you for all the work that you and the staff in that department do.
Thank you.
Good here.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank
Good
you.
job.
Yeah, thanks for putting that Friday board update too. Any other old business other than Joellen's item? Okay.
Could I-
Oh, yeah, you have old business. Go for it.
I was gonna address some questions. Still receiving quite a few questions and emails about format of the board meetings. And we gathered some information on that because some of the folks in the emails believe that we've got several venues that would allow for an audience and would also allow for us to maintain the streaming option at the same time. When we did some investigation, we found out that that's not quite accurate. First of all, the meetings are limited to 25% capacity because that's the inside percentage that you're allowed. So when you look at areas, if you want to have significant audience space, then you're looking at areas like the gymnasium or the CPA. In the gymnasium, yes, there is some streaming equipment, but the streaming equipment is a very wide lens and it's for sporting events. And so you really wouldn't be able to see like the board members, actively, in the meeting. And the sound in there's little to no audio, with that type of streaming device that we have in the gymnasium. In the CPA, the events that have been there, the outside vendors have provided the streaming equipment. It's not, a part of our CPA right now. And I made a mistake in my speech. Folks have brought up the National Honor Society piece. I think I said in my speech that, we love to have this in person, but we're streaming it as well. And we weren't. We were taping it. So it was a taped version of the National Honor Society. Another concern, regardless of where we go, if we can find streaming equipment, the follow-up after the meeting, we would have to clean the venue that the meeting is in and disinfect. You'd also have to do all the bathrooms over again and any of the touch points on the doorways and the main hallways that folks are in. And this is not a criticism, but it's just a reality. Sometimes our board meetings go late and our night custodians, by the time they're done cleaning and then doing security checks on the buildings, they're leaving at 11. And so if we would add this to the end of their night, then they would have a significant, on a regular day without a board meeting, yes. So if we would add that on there, it really would put an extra burden on them. Right now, there have been no extensions to the permissions that allow boards and other public entities to have meetings through virtual formats past July 1st. So the question for the board is, do we want to look at something for our May meetings and our June meetings, or should we plan for starting whatever the option is for in-person board meetings in July? The streaming piece, just as an FYI, if you have it in a place that does not have a significant audience, so let's say the 25% number allows you to have 20 people in attendance. It's my understanding you have to have the streaming open, because then if more than 20 or 30 people want to show up and that's your max, you've got to provide those other folks the chance to have a live meeting option. So we would have to have somewhere that had streaming capabilities if we went to somewhere that was smaller than, say, the gym. So somebody suggested across the street in the council chambers. That might be a possibility, but again, at 25%, you're not going to have a big capacity in that room either.
So we can't use the commons area at the high school either, because you can't stream. I mean, we don't have the capacity to stream from there.
Right, you do not. We'd have to find out the audience number.
We've tried to have meetings there with microphones and the sound is really bad. And I would think that trying to do something with this would be even worse. But the technology currently, we're not sure what we can use.
Well, I think with Dave obviously having a full plate with his last day being May 31st, I would like to kind of, get through that. And because we have to do something in July, it gives us a good goal to kind of figure this out for our July meeting, unless you hear differently from the governor or the health department. The last thing I want to do is take more time out of his day when he's trying to get a lot of projects finished up before May 31st.
And the last piece, some of the emails I've received, the senders are saying that they want more participation in the board meetings. Whether we do remote meetings or we do live meetings, there are just those two sections where the community is allowed to participate in the meetings, and those are the two community input sessions. So if they were live and they were here for a conversation about the monthly financial report, the conversation is only amongst the board members, the treasurer and the superintendent, unless somebody from the community is invited into the conversation. We did extend community participation tonight to let anyone who signed up to speak. That is the community input piece of the board meetings.
That's pretty standard protocol for all boards of education.
Sure.
It's citizen comments are the only time that citizens comment. That's in the clear definition of the meeting.
Right.
Well, and if I can add on to that, if I remember correctly, there's nothing in the law that requires us to allow citizen comments.
That's true. It's a choice.
It's a choice.
But we also have a policy that says that we can extend that period. And if we're
Yes.
not going to be able to afford folks the opportunity to attend in person, I think that we can probably continue the same sort of expectation that we
Yeah.
saw tonight. And so that to me would be a remedy, if we're not going to be able to move to a venue that would allow greater participation.
Yeah, I said that not in the context. I said it in the context of following after Teresa, just as an FYI, as part of, people, to have factual information, credible information, just a trailer as an FYI. That, if I'm wrong, correct me, but I believe there's nothing in the revised code that requires the allowance of citizen comments. So just
Well,
to let you know, and then
our policy is required though. It doesn't matter if it's not in the revised code. We
I
have,
know, Mr. Patry, please, I never said that our policy did not. I referenced the Ohio Revised Code. I'm fully aware that our policy allows that. I've utilized that policy at that podium many times before. That's not my point. And getting back to, I was a little unclear, Mr. Stefanik. You say 25% capacity of what?
Whatever the room is that you're in,
Okay, so if it's a gymnasium, it'd be 25% of that. Correct.
of the over 1,000. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That would be your better shot of having it without a mandatory streaming option,
Right.
because you would most likely be able to handle
250
the
people.
audience.
Right.
Yeah, that would show up for a meeting. But if you're going to provide the option, and that's what the emails I've received have it in a place that's big enough for whoever wants to come can come, and then provide the streaming. And I don't have any problem with that if we have the technology, but it sounds like there was conversation at one point about whether this became mobile, and we picked it up and moved it somewhere else. And then we were worried about, the operations of that if we kept moving it, around town and shipping it to the new meeting sites. So we started looking to see where we have streaming capabilities, and the type of streaming in the gym is not meant for meetings, it's meant for sporting events.
It's very difficult acoustics. If we were to have it over across the street and if they, were able to go into the government center again, I think they have great acoustics. But then considering our length of time, who would be doing their cleaning of their chambers for the next?
That would have to be an answer from the city manager.
Well, one of the things that was mentioned was that you have to have students would be in the building the very next morning. There may be nobody in the government center throughout their day.
So they could do it first,
It would be clean.
In that particular room.
That was just a thought.
Now,
That's
some
a method.
parents have even said, hey, we'll volunteer and clean. We'll put in the extra afterwards before we exit the building, if that alleviates your.
I think that gets into liability, having them use cleaners
Yeah.
and such.
It has to be our,
I'm playing devil's advocate because you're reading the emails, and then the other part of that is, well, gee, we're able to have all this attendance for sports. So our governance is as important, if not more. So why are we not able to do this with governing issues other than the acoustics of the gym?
Well, you can. You can have the meeting. I was investigating whether or not you could have the meeting and still offer the streaming option.
Mm-hmm.
That, and so again, the type of equipment that's in there is not really for a meeting. And the sound is very concerning.
And are they
to be
streaming the
that.
games? I thought they were.
Yes, they can stream the games.
It's just a different noise. It's a different decibel.
And it's a wide lens, so you would not be able to see with this clarity.
Would you see the
way
tops of our
meetings
heads?
here.
it would be the tops of our heads, kind of like a
Okay.
Aerial.
Yeah, and it's almost a stationary shot because it takes the movement, my understanding, it takes the movement of the game. That's what the camera picks up is the movement. And if we're just sitting, then the picture would just be there.
Oh,
Well, do we need to contract for services in order to facilitate moving it to the CBA?
That would be up to the.
I think that would be
board.
advisable. After next month, we're not gonna have anybody with the expertise to do what we're doing in this room. I mean, is there a plan for after when Dave leaves, who's going to facilitate? I mean, he has a big role in just our meeting and streaming.
One, just to tag on to that idea, Teresa and I met with you in Bartech, and they're an educational technology company, and they could help fill that gap. I would think from what the lady indicated, pretty easily, like seamlessly, like they send their people that are already trained in how to do stuff. An idea.
Yeah, I mean, this is a question for, whoever our new treasurer is. This was a main area of conversation that has to be, what is your technology expertise? And, how, that's one thing that Dave's gonna have to do is get them up to speed on the meetings. Because Dave leaves May 31st. So they're gonna have to do the June board meeting regardless of where or how that looks.
Well, I think it's our problem though. I mean, I'm not sure that there's an expectation that it will, I hope that it does move seamlessly to the next treasurer. But I think we should probably plan for otherwise, but as we're planning, try to come up with a way to address the solution to the issue. I appreciate the barriers, but we need to reduce the barriers so that people can feel like there's transparency and being able to attend these meetings.
Well,
I agree 100%, Joelle, and I think that we need to figure out a way to make these open to people. I think that I understand the limitations and the obstacles, but I think that we need to start trying to explore other avenues, whether it's speaking with the city or using the Center for Performing Arts. I'm not sure how often that's used for classes or not. But if it's not used for classes, then the issue of having custodial staff be there later at night isn't as present. But I think that the ability to observe the public body in person is an important one. And I understand that COVID has created some significant limitations, but I think that now that we kind of got a lot of the other issues under our belt, this could be something that we can start looking at.
What is this summer? The kids
I
are
would
out.
be in favor of supporting that measure and including potential increases in expenses and things like that, because I think it's extremely important.
The kids are out the end of May, Mr. Stefanik. So what is this summer janitorial schedule like? Do you know what I'm saying? Because if we meet, let's just say we're there till 10 or 11, in the summer, is it still 5 days a week? Do we have enough staff that we could send somebody to the high school? So that is one helpful thing, because our June board meeting, we won't have to, the students will be gone.
Right.
So if it's a situation where they had to stay till 1 o'clock in the morning, I think that would be negated because there won't be students, so they could come in early. And the staff would obviously know not to use that, that bathroom back by the gym, or, there'd have to be an email that went around so everybody knew what hadn't been cleaned.
Well, given the themes, and I'd say the pulse of what our emails have been this week, and couple that with the emotions that are coming out of public comments today, I'd hope that we could fix this for May. I don't want to push this into June. I think that we should come up with some creative solutions immediately. If not, that temperature is only going to elevate.
well, hopefully the temperature will calm down. That's my prayer and hope, that people will. And speaking on this very point, based on comments today, this is why I'm a little perplexed about things, because I really don't remember. I have to go back and check, but I know I did bring it in here. Probably, I'm thinking around October, November. Mr. Stefanik, if you remember, I reached out to Public Health Department, Miami County, and I asked what the criteria was in order to get us back into live meetings.
You did.
But unfortunately, that doesn't get penetrated to the public. That just gets lost. And, this is where I'm trying to get back to the public to the very tunneled, myopic view of this board is very, very unfair. Nobody supported me back then when I wanted this months ago. I'm not saying this board, but where was the community voice? It wasn't so hellfire important then, but it is now.
Well, I'll also add that you and I went to Mark in January and said, Mark, we got to get these meetings back, right, to what we're all talking about. So then we at least were able to come up with the idea, trying to work within the guidelines to at least allow citizens to come in. But,
Yes.
You, Mark, and I have had this on our radar since
But I
January.
want to be more direct.
We have been wanting to do this since
I want to
January.
be more direct. Yes, we did.
And I do remember you bringing that up in a board meeting
We did.
in November. I do
But
remember.
I
your
don't
comment.
mind saying it's hurtful to me.
Mhm.
It's very hurtful to me when I take those extra measures. and try to do those things. And then to be so ruthlessly attacked and nobody even knows about those things. Nobody cares to hear about those things. Nobody cares to research those things. It's just a very tunneled, myopic narrative, and it's going to get beat over and over and like a piece of concrete. Mine's all mixed up and permanently set, and don't change it. So I don't feel shame here. I wanted this months ago. I didn't have the voice from the public. Probably will never have the voice from some public. But I do want to say that I think it's important for the public to know, no matter which option we go with, I want to say the reassurance that their voice and their input does not change, whether it's in person or whether it continues like this. The opportunity is exactly the same. So you don't give up that voice. That's very important. So don't get, panicky about that. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to say that in light of being mindful of the culture and the climate that we set, we have 10 days until our next board meeting. We have
10 days for our next board meeting.
work days. No, we have one, we have a work session on May 11th.
Oh, work session, okay.
And then we have another board meeting,
Gotcha.
which is, there's no difference.
Yeah, I
between
understand.
Whatever we call it, that doesn't matter.
Mhm.
We have a board meeting on the 24th, and then they also have graduation to ready for. So I think, Joellen, I also would like to see a different venue, but I think in being mindful of the workload and the capacity of our admin, my ask is that you contact agencies that could help you, Mr. Stefanik.
Mr. Bartek.
I know.
You want Bartek.
I do. I was very
Yeah.
impressed by their professionalism,
They're
but
very
that's neither here nor there. Or maybe put together a team to start a timeline of when, so that we can at least go back to the public and say, we hear you. We put together a task team that's going to investigate this. Here's their timeline to roll out reasonable open meetings. And I think that, I think there's a balance that we can strike somewhere.
Well, we have resources here in Tipp City. We could be tasked to reach out to.
I think that's kind of stepping outside of what we should.
Well, that's
do, because-
day-to-day operations, and we don't do day-to-day
Okay, well,
operations.
let me
So
finish.
the task force with Mark is a great idea.
Well, I was going to suggest that perhaps Mark uses the resources of other superintendents in Miami County. I think that's what you're trying to say. Is that what you're saying, is that he has
That's
other
a great idea.
superintendents?
I didn't say that, but that's a great idea. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think it's appropriate to ask other superintendents and the Miami County Public Health Department for some viable solutions. But we're the board, and I think we should be tasked with trying to find another venue.
I'm not.
I don't mind reaching out to the government center. I don't mind reaching out to some of our larger faith communities that have larger areas. We have a library downtown. We have even the township building. We have the Grange. I don't know if they have the streaming capacity, and I don't know if they would partner with us for that, but there are other options that we can look into, and I'm willing to take on part of that. I just want to, if that's something that you all agree with.
There are two, and like I said, I jumped out of this months ago, but I'll flow it either way. Really, I don't have a hard position on this one way or the other. I think there is possibility thinking it can be done. At the same time, since we're hearing about, concern and regard for our administrators and our staff, I just wouldn't be genuine here if I didn't express my concern about taxing people out that are already more taxed with COVID. So
Everybody's stressed. Everybody's stressed trying to get their job done right now.
Because
end of the year is very crazy, especially at the high school.
Yeah, I'll go either way, but I see the pros and cons both ways.
I think that our board has called a lot of work sessions and a lot of special meetings and taxed our administration in different ways. And that's the reality of this year. And I understand that, and I'm cognizant of that. And I think that this is one of those things, and one of the issues that I think are important to our community has been illustrated today with the people who have shown up. And I think we should make it a priority.
Yeah, I wish you
So
would have
Mark,
supported me
we've
back
been-
in the fall on that.
We've been discussing this for 20 minutes now, so do you want to give direction to the, since this is a day-to-day operation, do you want to kind of give direction to the board and how you're going to bring this full circle?
I can put a team together to check on options that we know about, but some of our tech team members, I would say that they're relatively new to the area. So some of the options that Ms. Heatherly brought up, if she wants to look and see if they have streaming options at their bigger meeting rooms, then we can see if any of those are an option. We know about across the street. We'll check with the city council chambers across the street and see what kind of tech they have over there. But if you could check with those other options, then if they don't have streaming capabilities, then as we reach out to see how we get streaming capabilities in places that don't have them, we could possibly get it to those sites too if they have more capacity for guests.
So do you think you'd be ready to have something in the Friday board update, just kind of like a, kind of where we are, what's going on, or not? You have a lot of interviews this week. Well, Corinne just said our next work. Corinne just said our next work session is in 10 days, she said, so you know what I'm saying? That doesn't give us a lot of time. That's the only thing, that's the only thing I'm thinking.
I think if we focused and tried to see if there was some option for possibly the May general meeting.
May 11th is the work session, so that's not enough time.
Yeah, I would say the 27th is a possibility.
The 24th is a board meeting.
Or 24th,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
that's
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah, whatever, 20, whatever for the board meeting. That's an option to look for. It could be a goal.
Sure.
So we'll have to see if we can put all the pieces together by then.
Okay. All righty.
And I'll provide updates as I have them.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other old business? No? Okay. Moving on to item 10, which is new business consent agenda. Does anybody have anything they want pulled out of the
Nope,
consent?
it's already done. That was up in the top.
Oh,
of the
sorry.
agenda.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, good. Okay, so looking for, Dave, did you?
Mrs. Brennan, did you have anything you wanted to pull from the agenda?
Wait, I know, Dave said you already did that.
Well, you have the
weren't here.
right, you are now
Oh.
here, and so if there's anything you'd like to pull out.
Oh, thank you for that. Actually, item K is incorrect, Dave. It's, the amounts are incorrect. It's not a big deal to me. The Inferno is $750 every year. I think this is like the 5th or 6th year for that.
Oh, sorry.
And then the books are $500. I mean, it doesn't need to be pulled, but it needs to be corrected because the check was already written.
Oh, so it's 250 more.
It's $750 every year. It's like an ongoing donation.
Better than
Yeah.
250 left.
That's what it costs for the printing of the,
Have we motioned yet?
no.
Okay,
no.
okay, yeah. I was gonna say, if you want to discuss any
Yeah,
corrections,
so
we can do
item
that.
K would be,
Okay.
Do we need to remove that so you can?
that's
vote
what,
on
that's
it?
what I asked.
I just fixed it.
Okay,
The
perfect.
right dollar amount.
It's just a dollar amount.
But I mean, do we need to remove it from the consent agenda so you can vote on the consent agenda?
I don't think so. He just, it's just a typo, right? I don't know.
Yeah, it says the Dunaway family. Are you allowed to vote on that if it's from your family?
She has in the past.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
If you all hit F5, it should be updated
F5, okay.
or refresh or whatever.
Refresh your web browser.
Dave, does that need to be taken out? I vote on it. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Okay. Anything else? You guys already voted on the consent agenda, so looking for a motion in a second.
I'll move.
Second.
Moved in second, Mrs. Dahl and Mrs. Zakor.
Okay, Dahl,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 11A, new business, graduation class of 2021.
I'll
Looking
move.
for a motion in a second, Mrs. Dahl
Second.
and Mrs. Zakor. Mrs. Dahl and Mrs. Zakor, is there any discussion?
Well, you should read that whole motion.
Oh, recommend approval of 199 graduates for the graduation class of 2021, subject to successful completion of all requirements for graduation and fulfillment of all obligations. The seniors' last day will be May 25th. Seniors will be exempt from school on May 26th, 27th, and 28th. And there is a list of all of the graduates in alphabetical order, all 199.
I have a discussion.
Was that Dahl first, Zakor
Dahl and
second?
Zakor, correct. Go ahead, Ann.
Well, Corinne motion first.
Motion and second, now we're on
She
discussion.
gets to go first though.
Oh, just congratulations to all of our seniors. What an amazing past 2 years that they've survived and they've thrived under. Our best wishes to them and their families. This is fantastic and that's what it's all about.
And that's going to be at Hobart, correct?
Yes, Hobart on Sunday night at 7:00.
Okay, and then my other question is the firming up of those students. I understand there is an option for those who choose not to be present with the group for health issues. And has that all been finalized yet, Mr. Stefani, for?
The initial communications have been made. I can't say that everything's been finalized, but what they're doing is they're going to offer them an individual in-person option, very similar to last year's graduation. And they're going to do that, I believe, Tuesday, the day after Memorial Day. So Sunday is the graduation day, and then Memorial Day, and then the Tuesday after they'll do appointments. And Mr. Zink is going to take care of that by appointment only.
Wow. Do board members need to be present for that? Or you'll reach out to us?
Well, yeah, we'll see what the
Okay.
schedule looks like. And he told one person, he goes, he will definitely be there. He's going to try to have me be there, and then we'll check board member schedules to see who might be available to be there as well.
So the families that are electing to do that have been informed. They're able to plan out their calendars and.
Yeah, it actually showed up and we had one email stream that kept going back and forth. There was a survey at the high school to find out how many students wanted to do it the alternative way. And that was the beginning of the communication. The one email that kept going back and forth, the student wasn't aware that that was the start of the conversation of finalizing that process.
Okay,
Great. Any other comments?
I just like to make one for, just for graduates. What a junior and senior year these people have had.
Hopefully never to be repeated by any other class.
Yeah, and they're there. They're right now at the doorstep, graduation after an abbreviated last year and all kinds of learning formats this year, whether, we took off the end of November and December for the seniors and, the whole high school. And then any weather day that wanted to come in, even though we didn't have to take the one in April, which is good, and anything else that was thrown at them, talk about resiliency. We've got a group of 199 that are going to be high school graduates here shortly, and they survived through all of it and thrived.
We had a snowstorm on April 21st this year too. That was pretty crazy. Yep.
So congratulations to all of them and for all their hard work, and
we'll see you at graduation.
Future endeavors after graduation.
Yeah, we'll see you at graduation. Anybody else comment?
Congratulations.
Yes. All right, Dave, ready for the vote?
Dahl,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dunaway.
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 11B, Neola policy update, first read. This is policy 5336, revised care of students with diabetes. Looking for a motion in a second and then discussion.
No motion,
Oh,
just the first read.
I always do that. You think after 6 years, I remember. Okay,
What's different about the policy? Is it the addition of the optional section? Are we adopting that or?
do you want to go,
No,
Ann, weren't you in this
the-
meeting? Ann was in this meeting. Do you have anything to?
Yeah.
Mr. Stefani was too.
Oh, both of
So,
you.
the options are down there right now as a starting point. We're not going to accept the options. It's going to be what we currently already do, which is students that have diabetes medication. It comes in, with a doctor's order. And so we're just going to have a policy to cover the practice we already have. Then as we monitor the need for further diabetes care, we can look at the options, in the future. But right now, our policy consultant said that the good starting point is to start with the processes that the nurses and the clinics are already doing, which would be option one.
So only the school nurse will be administering Am I understanding that correctly? It looks
Well,
like,
school nurse or other trained staff.
okay, who are the other trained staff? Typically, I don't think their names, I just
Yeah.
the titles.
Typically, it might be one-to-one, teachers' assistants or teacher aides that are working with the students. At times, there's an office staff person that might be there if the nurse isn't available. But usually have several people per building that are trained to make sure that they can react in an emergency.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, if there was a protocol, who the backups are, and is the training documented? Yes.
So when I look at this, I was kind of intrigued by the option selections. Typically, when we see these come our way, the red line revisions are what we're going to ultimately approve, the first read being the final product, maybe just subject to maybe some typographical issues. Here you got 1 and 2, you're indicating we're going to just select option 1, and option 2 is not going to be selected. So do we still leave those in? I mean, I guess I'm a little confused as to why there's options that we're not going to go with into our first read.
Okay, that's, now that you mentioned that, I'm looking through here, that's, I think this is the uploaded template and not the actual, we were having a working document with our consultant online. And so the other options should have been taken out.
And wouldn't you just remove all the option language to then at that point? It'd just be.
Yes, all the headers and things would be.
So we're only doing option 1.
So can we have it come back and do the first read with the way it should be presented?
Yes, you can do that.
So.
Let's do that on May 10th.
Yeah, May the 11th,
May
11th, we can get the right
Yeah.
template in and put it in there, my apologies.
Is there any urgency to make sure this is, the timeframe, the delay is not going to cause any detriment to anyone?
No, the clinics are already operating off of doctor's orders and prescriptions, so.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. Item 11C, resignations. Recommend approval to accept the following resignations. Please see public content below. Looking for a motion and a second.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, Mrs. Heatherly and Mrs. Dowell. Any discussion?
I have some discussion. Very sad to see a lot of these people go. Last time we had a meeting, we talked about potentially looking into doing extra interviews and things of that nature. Did we do anything related to these individuals that would provide us some sense of why they're leaving?
I have not completed exit interviews with all these folks yet because some of the resignations are very recent. I have done some, and as I've mentioned to some folks even in the public, but my concern is sharing individual information because I believe that almost gets to a personnel matter. But if we got into groupings, then I could provide the data on some of the group information that I've received.
Speaking of which, if I may, I left something out with, I think it's pertinent to these interviews. Marion Stout, the HR person at Dayton School Consortium, 25 years in Troy, also to let us know that she is available to come into our district to talk about, our situation in terms of we're gonna have a HR person or things such as exit interviews, how to assess your numbers and the like. So I think it'd be marvelous and just wanted to throw that out there because that could help us address this. And the interviews, the exit interviews, again, is something that members, Mrs. Dunaway's been asking this for how many years? Six years I've been asking for exit interviews. And she, hasn't had a really majority push on that. So just again, to the public, I'd we need to start having some balance here in these conversations. answer.
Well, I have template questions already set up for exit interviews. I have had some, what I would call informal exit interviews with some of the folks. But on this list, the ones that I have talked to, there are multiple reasons, why people are leaving.
Okay.
And so, and that's what I also have. We have an informal list from the past 2 or 3 years that we'll put up on our website. That it's the same thing. We have some in this list that are leaving for family reasons. There are some in this list that are leaving for retirement type reasons. And there are some folks that are leaving for, I would say, some work situations or some misunderstandings, as some people would say.
So,
And so, but again, I don't want to say that, Joe Smith is leaving for this reason, that reason. That's where I think it gets to personal information.
did you have any of those individuals, you don't have to say their name, indicate that you said work situations and misunderstandings? I'm not sure. We heard a lot of comments today that our citizens have indicated they've spoke directly some people that are leaving, and they've indicated it's because of the Board of Education. Did any of these individuals or any people you've talked to informally indicate that part of their reasoning for leaving was the Board of Education?
I would say some of the folks, listed feeling micromanaged as a concern.
By whom?
Well, much like one of the comments this evening, they lumped this room together, aside from Dave. So they put the superintendent and the Board of Education in kind of a group comment.
So can I offer something? I think that it's really important that we hear voices, even if we don't like necessarily what they're saying or how they're saying it. One question that gets raised is, how do we ask questions? Like, again, I love Simon's statement that he made a long time ago. Sometimes we direct an answer by the way the question is asked, or he said it better than that. But, it's really, we have to be conscientious of how you're asking a question, what's the bottom line, right? And that they put a lot of money into surveys. And I know Liz has talked about surveys and all of that, because it's really important that you ask questions correctly. We use a product, or we're beginning to use a product called Panorama. And what it does is it has student success, social emotional learning, and feedback surveys. And the thing that I love about the feedback surveys is that they're not just for our students, they're for our staff, they're for parents. You can understand the voice of your community as well. And you can purchase this product through ESSER funds. And it would give us an opportunity to have well-crafted questions to help us guide where we're going to go, to help us understand what our current stakeholders are feeling and where we need to grow and where our successes are. So as we're measuring, are we making the right choices for our staff? Are we making the right choices for our students? We continue with these surveys in regular doses to find out if what we're asking is working and what we're doing is having the correct effect. Are we heading in the right direction, or do we need to pull back and maybe go in a different direction? And what I like about it too is that it's put together by professionals, right? It gives your staff the data to look at to know what direction to go, and it answers the question that our community gets to have input into it. We can do all of this, and do I think we also need HR? Yes, but we can't just start that tomorrow. This is something that we could start a lot sooner. But it's just, you'd have to get in there and look at all the different ways, especially I really like the social emotional learning in the context of COVID and where our students are. And I just think it's something that we can definitely use and talk about how we can make improvements here. You can even connect it to like our strategic plan. We can put in questions about that. It's just such a useful tool, and they can create like a sandbox for you as a superintendent to use to get in there to see, and you can, but that's one thing that I would suggest that's something we can look at, an actionable step for down the road.
I think the bigger concern is people are giving us the message that they're feeling unsafe. They're feeling that they can't be candid. The absence of your observation that the union has not spoke to this board in 7 months, I think is a loud statement. Like what are our actions? And clearly our actions are having an impact, and I'm not sure this is the impact that we were wanting. It's certainly not the impact I wanted to see. And I think that sometimes we are short-sighted in our decisions and not really thoughtful about thinking of what the ripple effect of those actions will be. I think the administrators' contracts and not, giving them that security and that vote of confidence tells me that this is one of those long-term ripple effects that's happening as a result of that. I think it's great if we have another tool, but as long as we don't use, if we don't listen, or if we don't even use the data, if we can't even receive it, then what's the purpose of investing in another tool? You don't even know that they're going to be honest with us. I mean, exit surveys are not the answer. The answer is what are our actions doing and what is the impact that it's having in among our staff? And we need to be open to receiving that criticism and then correcting based on what they're telling us. They're not feeling safe, they're not feeling secure, they're not feeling supported, they're not feeling invested in. That's certainly not the agenda of why I'm on this board.
So that kind of goes to my heart. It's not only asking some of these, to me, the question, okay, I feel micromanaged. I don't feel safe. To me, that's the beginning of that doesn't end there. That's where the dialogue starts. What's an example of feeling micromanaged? I'm looking at myself. I have not I haven't managed anyone, let alone micromanaged. The closest I've gotten to that is my discussions with the superintendent and the treasurer, which is what we do. That's our domain for evaluations. But beyond that, with anybody else, I don't have a clue what that means, micromanaging. Mm-hmm. The second thing you talk about, Joan, administrator contracts have not been renewed.
They're coming to the end of their 2-year contract.
Okay, one second, please. I'd like to continue because it does help me with my thoughts. Is this, I know nothing about the contracts not being renewed. I've given no directive for administrator contracts to not be renewed. What am I remiss on here? No, seriously, I'm asking this question.
Mrs.
Yes.
Administrator contracts were usually done in 2-year intervals, as in they were given a 1 of 2-year contract, but every year that contract was renewed, so they were always on the first of a second year. Last year, that was not done, and 10 of your 13, well, now it's 7 of your administrators were put on the second year of their contract. And in some instances, when you talk to an administrator, that's a cue for, you may not be renewed, it's time to find another job.
So typically annually they renew.
I'm told it depends on where you are, but.
And why did that not happen?
We made that decision. The board made that decision. It was discussed.
No, I remember, I don't remember.
No, we did discuss this because
It
they
was
were on
discussed.
2-year contracts.
Yes.
And instead of renewing at the end of every 2-year contracts, like we do with like teachers are on 5-year contracts, or they're on 1 year for 4 years and they go to a 3-year and then I think it's a 5-year.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't renew them, like when they're under 3 years, we don't renew them every year for 3 years. We wait till they get to the end of the 3-year and then we, right.
Mm-hmm.
So what they had done with admin is they would give them 2-year contracts, but they'd renew a 2-year contract every year.
Right.
So typically,
You're all
Mr.
renewed.
Stefanik, when is the typical window in education in Ohio where admin contracts and teacher contracts are renewed? What's the window for admin? Is it June, July?
No, it's May.
It's May.
May board
So
meeting.
in May board meeting, will we see admin contracts on there? Okay.
So, Mr. Stefanik, has any administrators come to you? I mean, it's out in the social media stream, right? There were comments tonight. Did any administrator come to you and say, hey, in the past, these are renewed in April or May, you're the new superintendent, what is your timeline? Did anybody give you the opportunity to have this conversation?
Not recently. The conversation was had when I first came last summer, was that there was a change. That it usually got rolled back up to a 2-year contract, rolled back up to a 2-year contract, but there was a change last spring. That was shared with me.
Correct.
So I would like to know, how did this dialogue?
But nobody's reached out to
get
him, so
started?
he.
They were, when he first got here, that happened.
They informed me back at the beginning, but they didn't keep talking about it.
Right. So nobody came to you in January, February, or March and said, hey, I have a, I have
This
a
isn't his
concern.
fault, this is our fault.
No, they
No,
they knew it was a May process. They knew
Right,
that.
it's, so,
Right, it's not.
but everybody's upset because they haven't been renewed, but it happens in May. This is April 26th. It's not May.
It's always happened last year as far as timing. We always renewed historically their contracts after 1 year. So if you have a 2-year contract, we didn't wait till the second year. We always renewed it that 1 year. That was a practice that was started back, I think, when Dr. Cronauer was here.
And it was even before that.
Yeah, and then to provide our administrators a feeling of job security. This board made the decision not to do that. That was discussed. And so that was our decision.
To not do that. I don't remember.
Well, I say this, where else in America do you automatically always have a contract, always have a contract, always have a contract? If you're at the end of your contract, you're at the end of your contract. And if you're doing a great job, I don't see why you should feel insecure about not having a contract. It's very obvious. Hey, Bobby, you are doing fantastic. You are doing great. Well, unless you're not performing at the level that you know you should be performing at, I'm not sure why this is such an issue. Mr. Stefanik has indicated this happens in May. This is at April 26th. It's not even May. This seems like ridiculous.
It's almost like a trolling for gloom and doom, looking for it, creating it, embellishing it. And this is where I'm having concern about what is going on here, because this, in my opinion, is really getting out of hand, and it's diluting into what it's taking away from the credible issues that are in front of us that we do need to look at. And we cannot create this sky, Chicken Little, the sky is falling and everybody's running around in this panic and pandemonium and we're down, this is not helpful. This is not best practice. This is not how you solve problems. Communication solves problems.
The practice in education, we're not unique. We have created a situation where this district is unique. In maybe the corporate world and maybe other industries, Teresa, that might be how it works. But we're not going to change how Ohio education works.
I'm not saying that, Joellen.
Anybody's asking that.
Only in Tipp City.
Point of order, Joellen has the floor.
My point is last year, I predicted that this would happen, that you are pulling the rug away from them because they do not have the security. And so are their evaluations done, Mark? So their evaluations are not done. And usually an evaluation is linked to then a contract, as you're implying, Teresa. And so there is no security that come mid-May or at the end of May, when we even have our meeting, when we talk about this, that their contracts will even be renewed. And what are they supposed to do then in June? Go look for a job? They're not going to do that. We have already recognized that that's not how the world of education works. We've already recognized that when we're looking for a treasurer candidate. We talked about backing that up to January. So why would we do that to our administrators? That they don't feel safe because of our actions. No exit survey is going to say that. They're not in here addressing us. Our public is telling us this because that's what they're hearing from teachers.
Corinne,
and our administrators.
Do they roll over contract? Because I remember when we had this conversation, one of the comments was, this doesn't happen in other districts. You don't constantly have your contract rolling over. And in the past, I remember when these meetings come up, I always say, have you completed to your point, their evaluation? And the answer was always no. And then every year I would say the same thing. I cannot vote on a rollover renewal of an administrator when the board, I've been on this board 6 years. I don't ever see those evaluations. So, Mr. Stefanik said they're not done yet. They're never done at this time of year. I mean, meeting after meeting, year after year, I have said, why are the evaluations not done? And you're coming to the board blindly saying, please renew all these administrator contracts, but we have nothing.
Why would an administrator's contract or evaluation come before this board? That's his job to evaluate.
Well, when you just said Mr. Stefanik, are the evaluations done? He said almost, and I said to you, this always happens. Past practice has been that the evaluations are never done prior to the superintendent coming to the board and saying, rubber stamp all these contracts. So this is April. It's not supposed to be done yet.
And why is the board?
So to put that on him, it's past practice.
This isn't the board members' job.
I just want to say, just to add some balance, that it's not my intention, Joellen, that an exit survey would solve anything. Panorama is more of a comprehensive survey tool that continuously collects data. So it's not a one and done and this is it. And no administrator or teacher should ever feel like a rug is being pulled out from underneath them, because under Ohio Revised Code and in contracts and in admin, if I felt an admin or a teacher wasn't doing a good job, it would be my responsibility to provide them with the means to improve, an improvement plan and structure, and then guide that through them for at least a year. If at the end of a year with guided instruction and support, somebody still couldn't make the necessary improvements, then you might have to have a different conversation. But under no means should somebody who's getting good reviews and having meaningful evaluations where they're receiving feedback to help them continue to improve, at no point should a rug be pulled out from underneath anybody, because that meant evaluations weren't being done properly, and that we literally couldn't pull a rug out from underneath somebody.
I was just gonna ask, is it even feasible?
Well, that's not even legal.
Why is everyone leaving then?
And that's where I go back to that panorama tool.
Some are resignations, some are moving out of state, some are retirements. And so I have a question, Mr. Stefanik. One thing I do kind of want to dive into is this technical support specialist. You know, that's kind of been a hot button of mine because, Corinne brought up earlier tonight, VARTech. And Mrs. Dahl and I have been very vocal about the fact that we don't think we have a big enough technology department. That's the reason why we wanted VARTech in here. And the other thing the district did this year is we added 2,400 Chromebooks. And we added 2,400 Chromebooks, but we didn't add any staff. That really concerned me. So this has nothing to do about the person who does our technology. This is not the issue. My issue is we have not supported our technical support specialists the way we should. Who does that group report to?
Well, the group reports to Mr. Bush and Mr. Veerhoff.
Okay, so I haven't received anything from, of course, chain of command, we only hear from you, but I haven't received anything from you saying, hey, we need to consider adding more support staff. So seeing that resignation really upsets me because I've been very passionate about trying to fix this since last summer. And
typically, and again.
And so is Mrs. Dahl.
Well, and typically going forward with the remote learning process, definitely magnified that situation, bringing in the extra devices and those types of things.
But we knew that because, we had the remote learning in the spring,
right.
We knew we were going to go to that format. So at some point, I just feel like somebody should have said, hey, we need more people in our technology department.
Well,
and I don't want this to keep happening because I know that, the one person on here, especially in the other kind of like her counterpart, they work hard. They are excellent. They are rock stars. The teachers highly, highly support them and rely on them for all kinds of, technical room issues, questions, last minute, this broke, fix this, I don't want to see this we have to get down to root cause.
Right.
What is the root cause? And we have to take corrective action.
So Teresa, can I respond to that? And I sincerely want you to receive this. So why isn't that passion and that sort of information, that should be coming from the superintendent, not the president of the school board? Because you're honing in on a specific issue, and the board's role, in my understanding, is to be more of the strategic planners, which that issue, sounds very valid. I'm not saying it's not valid. That is a component of the strategic plan, along with an HR director, along with the special ed director. You know, how are we planning for growth? What are the plans for a bond? How are we that is part of the strategic plan that gives us the map. I feel like as a board, we're following those sort of, whatever that kind of example is that you just shared with us.
Mhm.
I'm not saying it's not important. What I'm saying is we get down these rabbit holes with that kind of issue.
Mhm.
And we can never back up and have that view, which would be focusing more on the strategic planning and being at more of a policy level. I feel like we get inserted into things that I feel like that's where some of the backlash is coming from, which is we are inserting ourselves into situations that I think those are Mark and Dave's job to administer the district.
So I agree with you, and that's why I went to Mark and said, hey, how are we doing? We added these Chromebooks. It's just a question. Anybody can ask a question. And to your point of the rabbit holes, that's kind of how I feel. When I, as a board member, received 17 emails on Stagecrafters or 17 emails on when you're going to open up your meetings. And it's the same email, basically verbatim. And that email goes to all 5 board members. It goes to Mr. Stefanik. It goes to Mr. Stevens. I call that a rabbit hole because really after the second, third email, we don't need a dozen. We don't need 15. We don't need 17. It's very obvious where and why we are receiving those emails. So to me, that's a rabbit hole. That focus was, hey, 2,400 Chromebooks, we added these. Do we have the support to back this up, to make it work? That is a legitimate question. I'm sorry. The other thing is, why was there no permission form? The district completely forgot about the permission form. I mean, yeah, that's why I asked Mr. Stefanik, how are we doing?
So point of order, we're talking about resignations here, and I'm not sure. I think we're kind of going a little bit off topic here. And so when we're talking about the resignations, I think that I am at a loss, and I'm at a loss in that I'm having a hard time being able to articulate concerns that are extremely important to the school district. And the reason I can't is because I'm trying to balance the school district's perception, or people, how they view the school district, with trying to advocate for the school district, and those are in conflict. I think that I would just simply state that I have heard over the last few meetings from this board a lot of statements that I believe to be, I'll say, misremembered. I don't believe that the recollection of some of our board members has been accurate. I have resisted as much as I can, trying to point out that I think these are misremembered. I think that we are reaping, to quote Mr. Watson, what we have sown. And I think that if we talk about facts and fairness and facts are often really determined by one's perception and bias. I think we heard a lot of citizens today come back and give us their perception of the facts. I think that one individual clearly outlined factually the incredible number of meetings and the incredible number of executive sessions, which make it very, very difficult for me. We've had so many executive sessions, and despite my ability to hold a lot of things in my head and be able to articulate concisely, I'm at a point now where it is almost impossible to differentiate what was an executive session and what was out of it. And so this board has indicated that they have a desire for transparency and to have things open. And so if that's the case, I'm just going to say that I'm doing my best here not to create conflict and fires in calling things out. And I think I have almost an impossibility at times to be able to do so without running a risk of violating an executive session. So I would urge the members to listen to what we've heard from citizens today, not place blames on emotion related to COVID and the pandemic, not try to make excuses and feign ignorance as to what we're reaping, because we've sown it. And so the reality is what it is, in my opinion. And I think that my perception of what's occurring has been very much in line with what we heard from our citizens today. And I would urge that we listen to that. And I'm very sad to see the people here that are resigning go, because I think that each of those individuals were extremely valued. And I think that it's very clear to me, in my perception, that the reason they're leaving is our fault.
Well, I'm going to trail onto that because I think it's sad too that they're leaving, but we really do have a fundamental difference in take on this. And that was a prime characterization of dismissing my interest in all of this and dismissing the fact that I'm saying we need to put aside some of the inflammatory rhetoric and the exaggerations and start looking at facts and data's details. But that's not what a lot of people here want to do. And I'm going to go back. I mean, I can talk quite a bit and I open a debate. I'm as transparent and open and welcoming because, as an example, back in December and then January, I'm the one who was adamant, even calling it for at the next meeting about a press release to the public. And it was 2 members here that were adamant about not doing that. That is transparency, in my opinion. Opening up TCEA is transparency. Having them on your schedule is transparency. But how can someone get beat up when they don't come in and talk to you? You can't browbeat someone to come in here. And there's been no explanation. To me, it's breathtaking that 7 months preceding negotiations, you know, where was that voice? 7 months, 7 meetings. And getting back to what's been saying about, here's another example, the administrator contracts not being renewed. On the one hand, I hear a board member say micromanaging. We also heard that from citizens. Isn't it micromanaging? I mean, that's not our job to be renewing those administrator contracts. I mean, it's our job to either approve or disapprove, but it's not our job to organize that on the timeline and see that it gets done. Am I incorrect, Mr. Stefani?
The year that you approve them is your responsibility. Again, the piece of that was shared with me is there was a process, and the process that had gone on for decades.
Okay.
You know, and the process changed, and that caused anxiety. That caused the anxiety piece.
That's right.
You know, to go to what Ms. Dunaway said, the law says that anytime somebody's going to be up for a contract renewal, at least 5 days before that, they're supposed to have an evaluation in their hand.
So how is
all of our administrators will have an evaluation in their hand before you get my recommendation for their contract.
So how
that they'll have that. And so the change was that their contracts here traditionally came up for renewal when they still had 1 year left. So their contract came up for renewal, and so a 1 became a 2, or a 2 became a 3. So you would come back when you had 12 months left on your contract, and the board would act on. That was the change last spring that caused concern. Why was that change happening now? That's what was shared with me.
and how is this voiced back to the board, the anxiety?
I don't know who else again, I just heard about it when I just arrived.
So because this is what I'm trying to say, folks. I mean, let's be fair. Fair is fair. If you're having marital issues, it takes two to work it out. You don't have just one spouse going to counseling and the other, not participating. It takes two. We're supposed to be tip strong in this together. So what I'm saying, I mean, there's multiple layers of this that is, I think it's, I mean, I'm not going to play the 7 consecutive months that we have had no input from the teachers. I loved it when they came in here.
The teachers union president was in a serious car accident right before the school year.
And I'm very aware of that, Mr. Stevens. In fact, I have and so that was we have in August 24th, Mr. Setman came in as Mrs. Yunker was recuperating. And that's fine. And September 28th, was the last we heard from Mrs. Yunker about the cleaning needs and the fatigue of the staff. We listened to that. We dialogued it, and I thought it was being addressed. I didn't feel that it was continuing on. So that was September. Now, regardless if somebody is sick or there's always somebody else to come in and represent a union. So it doesn't explain October, November, December, January, February, March, and now April, 7 months. That's just one example. The second thing I'm hearing about these administrator contract, how was this communicated up to the board so that we were aware of this, so that we could address it if it was our responsibility?
It was
You were here. You were part of it.
This discussion
part of it.
Hey, well,
occurred.
first of all, you don't come in and hijack me, because I'm very patient with you, Mr. Patrick.
I would like to call for a vote and move forward. I'm hearing repeating information and it's 9:30.
Yes.
Respectfully,
But
Mr. Stevens.
I would like to, I agree with that, but there, some point,
I'd like to make 2 comments. The teachers union coming in.
Dave called for a vote.
No,
Dave's
I'm
not a
happy
member.
to call for a vote.
Well, when I was speaking, it was, so now it's like, okay, a different ledger.
Would you please call for a vote?
Yeah, motion to vote on the resignations. It was I believe it was Heatherly and Dell, Mrs. Heatherly, Mrs. Dell.
So we're gonna silence Joellen now? I mean, you guys drag us through.
It's not silence.
Well, let her talk. You've talked how many times, Ms. Secor?
This was my only concern, Mr.
Stop
Patrick,
too,
is
Mr.
that
Patrick, so stop.
if we're not gonna make new
mischaracterizing.
comments, do you have a new comment?
I do.
Dawn? Okay.
I do. I think the comparison, Ann, is apples to oranges because the administrators don't have a forum to come and speak to us. You're talking about the TCEA members, and the administrators are different from that.
Yes, I agree.
I think an example of micromanaging is classic, sort of in the comment that you just made, Teresa, which is they didn't even have permission slips. Okay, there has to be an element of 1, trust, and 2, grace, that you've explained that information, you've given that in private, but when you plot a zinger like that, it feels like a gotcha. And that we're a board that's supposed to be rallying behind, protecting, uplifting this district. And so we're not supposed to be adversarial against the people because they didn't put in a permission slip. It's okay to say in private, hey, you remember the permission slips, right, for all these Chromebooks? And that seems like a reasonable thing to say in private, but it just feels like a gotcha statement.
For it's worth, I signed 2 permission slips electronically for my children.
So, sorry, are you good? You done? So the gotcha comment, I take offense to, because all of these nonstop emails that we get on all of this, whatever the topic of the day is, those are gotcha moments. All of the citizen comments that come in here, those are gotcha moments. So to say a gotcha moment, when I did handle that privately, I'm sorry, that's not a gotcha moment. You want to talk about gotcha moments? I have 6 years worth of gotcha moments. And to say that, I just want a motion for a vote. This is getting way off topic. It's
Sorry, but I'd like to finish.
it's ridiculous.
We do need to delve into the topic. I know that the motion is about the resignation, but we do need to dig in and start talking about these.
Well, the problem is to what Simon brought up, a very valid point, is the part about executive session. And it doesn't matter. Everybody, is sitting at this table because they got elected. Certain people voted for Mr. Patry, Mrs. Heatherly, Mrs. Zakor, Mrs. Dell, Mrs. Dunaway. Those are different people. The people that voted for me are very, likely not the same person that voted for another person or another person. The five of us are here to represent different viewpoints. So to feel micromanaged and unsafe, that's how I feel. I feel micromanaged and unsafe. And that has been a recent development. And I have many reasons for believing that. When community members come to me and say things like, hey, and I'm thinking, wow, why do you know what goes on in executive session? That is a concern of mine. I sit here and I take this oath to do my job ethically and morally. That is very and extremely important to me. So it's very discerning to me when I see things on social media or when people come up to me and they say things like, well, how in the heck would you know that? That's a gotcha moment, because then I can't say anything about it because it's executive session. So then round and round and round we go. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So we have a motion and a second for item C, new business.
I don't want to say one more, sorry.
Go ahead. Everybody else had their chance, so.
Yeah. But again, based on these citizen comments that came in and the gotcha moments, it's like I hear this sort of repetitive, not transparent, their own agenda. Nobody really defines how we're not transparent. Nobody really defines what that agenda is. Mr. Staub came in here hearing about the board from teachers and parents around town. Oh, well, that's probably a real credible source. Teachers feel micromanaged by the board. His comment, don't know exactly what is going on here. Well, I guess we should join forces because I'm not sure exactly what's going on here either. However, there's a great deal of misinformation, mistruth that's been played out and verified over and over. This great mischaracterization that I'm presenting, the sky is falling, they're leaving in droves. We're down to the bare bones. Wow, that's some extreme language for this circumstance. And I said it, as far as resignations and rehiring, if you really care about the district, then you try to bring in an intelligent and accurate conversation, not one that spreads gloom and doom. We need to be bolstering and finding ways to solve things, but speaking without this exaggerated dialogue, because it can affect the people that want to apply here when they hear this. And it's not easy getting this other side out. I don't see it coming out in the paper a lot, and I'll give you a classic example. When that last report came out and one of our board members talked about, we need to find out what's going on and why people are leaving, if we have a problem, maybe we do, maybe we don't. That same meeting, Mr. Stefanik gave the preliminary results of the teacher surveys, and it came back that they felt safe and that they felt belonging in their building and positive. And it's on the tape, but it never got reported in the news. Please, can we start having some balance and some fairness in our conversations and our representation of things? That's all. Thank you.
Looking for a motion, or sorry, we already motioned and seconded for the new business 11C. Was it
Heatherly and Dahl.
Heatherly and Dahl?
Okay, Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
No.
Patry,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes. Motion carries. Item 11D, Stage Crafters 2020-2021. Recommend approval of the following staff for Stage Crafters 2020-2021. Please see public content below. I'll motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Motion and seconded, Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Zakor. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Stefanik, were you the one that was involved in picking these people and recommending them, or somebody with your staff?
The program producer is our drama director. And so that's been the person that is the lead person of this production year in and year out, from my understanding. And then she was the one that recommended the music director.
Thank you.
Is there
How many hours are expected for this hourly rate?
We go between 100 to 120 is normal.
It is typical, yeah.
So that's what it would be, 120 hours?
It could be. I mean, if you guys want to put a limit on it, you can amend it to put a limit on the number of hours.
I believe the highest one year was 140. That 140 was 2 years ago. It's always been around 100.
Several years, 110.
Yeah, it's been around 100.
110 has been the norm.
I'm not the one that had the concerns. There were other people on this board who had concerns with how the advisors or the high school students would be paid or compensated.
This isn't high school students, it's a program director and a music director.
Yeah, I know, but the questions in the past about stagecrafters have related to how they were going to be paid.
That's not on the agenda. It's recommend approval of the following staff for stagecrafters. It's a program director and a music director.
So if that's the vote, then we're going to trust that the two people that we're voting for will come up with the procedures of how to be paid, because this board has inserted themselves in that conversation in the past.
No, this board has not. I was not part of that, Joellen.
I'll clarify.
Thank you
Members
very much, because I really appreciate. No, well, because I'll tell you why. They didn't come in and ask for your resignation. Your name isn't on these Facebook pages. You're not the one getting miscarried, so it's a comfortable position to be in.
It's not a comfortable position.
Oh, I think
serving on this board is very disturbing to everybody,
your
because we have this kind of
position has been
conflict.
far more
We
comfortable
don't have
than
that
mine.
kind of, we don't have the respect for each other that we should have. So that being said, then this vote to me means that you're okay with however the procedures are put in place for how the counselors are going to be compensated. I'm happy to go on and move that we vote.
Well, I just want to clarify, Joellen, that this vote does not indicate any of the attachments that you're putting on it verbally.
Yeah.
That when those times come, it was one of my concerns, ones that our students that we were putting in charge have to also, be thumbprinted. If they were going to be paid, we had to say the amount. We had to then take taxes out of those payments. So I am not going to say that my vote also needs your verbal addendums to this. What I am going to say is that my vote will address what's here.
Thank you for that clarification. And I guess my final comment would be the procedures that the previous conversations have elicited. Where are those procedures?
I don't.
I'm not the superintendent, so I don't know.
We're currently hiring these two positions. There is a third one that will be hired. Normally in the past, we've had students that are college age come back and work this program that they have been paid a stipend. And then students that are in high school that are volunteering, they do not receive payment, they're volunteering. This year, there will be no paid college working age students. They will all be volunteer. Therefore, there will be no payments to those students. All students that are in that age group will be fingerprinted as we would with any other volunteers in the district.
Great, thank you.
And the third position is, I believe, a set director.
Yep, and to come later.
This is the third one.
Any further discussion? Ready for the vote, Dave?
Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
Motion carries. 11E, student mental health provider contract. Recommend approval to contract with Nexus New Creations, provide student mental health services for the 2021-2022 school year. Looking for a motion and a second.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Dahl and Mrs. Heatherly. Is there any discussion?
I appreciate the presentation that they shared with us tonight.
Yes, it's, yes, more insightful, new information. You can see they've worked and gathered that. So I appreciate it too. And I think it's also a great kind of a springboard to parlay more future data and look at it. And I think it could be very helpful in terms, like I said, was the anxiety starting when we walk through the door? Are they bringing the anxiety in from their own home and try to work through those numbers and see what it looks like. But I'm going to say one other thing. Mental wellness, we hear a lot about this. There was a lot of champion for continuing it. And as a mother and as a registered nurse, I'm big on mental wellness. And again, I would like to ask the community, who also states, many of them very passionate about mental wellness. I just want to remind you that mental wellness does not live in a container. Mental wellness is a concept of 24/7, 365, and mental wellness applies to every human being, adult or child. And it's nice to not forget that there are people in our community that are human beings, and they need to be mentally nurtured as well. And I just like to remind people, especially on some of these social media sites, don't forget the people that you're referring to are.
Point of order,
human
this is
beings.
about a contract for approving, going into social media, and what people are saying
Of course.
is not part of this motion.
I know. So
That's fine, but then also we got way off topic on the resignation. So
Yes.
if we're gonna call a person out on one newest business agenda item, then we need to call everybody out on every agenda item. It's not okay for some people to go on a tangent and not everybody.
exactly.
So,
Respectfully, I think I was right on point.
so
And of course, you always are saying.
11E, motion, we already have I forget who was the first and second.
Dahl, Heatherly.
Dell and Heatherly. Dave, we're ready for the vote.
Dahl,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dunaway.
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
The core.
Yes. Motion carries. 12A, I believe we have one, possibly two citizen comments. If you want to open the door, Simon.
Oh my God.
And I wasn't here, so did that,
There was.
one or two? Oh, I can't believe you waited so late. Did you already sign in?
Yeah, he's already signed.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome back, Don.
Yes.
Thanks, Dave.
So I missed the very beginning of the meeting, so typically people have 5 minutes. How long does
He's
it?
got 5.
Okay, so you have 5 minutes, Mr. Watson, and do you
Okay.
want me to start a clock, Dave? Go ahead.
Got it.
Whenever you're ready, we'll start the timer.
Okay. I'm very sad that Mr. Bierhoff's not here because I very rarely talk about people if I can't talk to their face. But I am going to talk about Mr. Bierhoff because there was one sad thing that happened last year. Mr. Stefanik, you were not involved in this. But last year, there was 3 minor students, females, who text their naked pictures to a football player. And Mr. Sink knew about it and never contacted the police.
Ms. Dunaway, this is outside of our rules.
He can't mention the names. He can't mention names.
Mr. Watson, no
Sorry.
names.
So
No names, sir.
Actually, when you mention names already, you got to come off that story. You can't go with that comment anymore. You already mentioned people's names. You can't mention names.
Do you have anything else in your comments besides what you're referencing right now?
Yeah,
Okay, continue with those.
No staff members' names, please.
okay. Last time I got called out because I use a position name. So I switched it this time to a name and now you're calling me off. So how do I mention the?
Can't. You cannot bring a personnel person's name, or if there's only one of that position, you can't bring the position up either because then it references right to that person. So you can't have public comments about a person.
That was not in the thing I signed. Because I took one home with me and read it through and that is not in that.
I think it does say that, Mr. Watson.
I can move on. I mean,
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I'm not sure.
Go ahead. I'll
I'm not
find
sure.
it. I'll let you know if there's a
Yeah, I'm
misunderstanding.
not sure how much time does he have left, Dave?
We'll do 4 minutes.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Watson.
okay. I very rarely use the word I because I should be the least important word that we use, but I heard it very much this evening. And I only come to these meetings because I have compassion for the children. When I go to ball games, I learn the facts And that was why I'm here always talking to the board for years. And I was very appalled by the actions of people outside clapping and hooting and all that stuff because someone was in here making accusations from social media. So I'm going to spend my 5 minutes on what Jesus said 2,000 years ago in red in the New Testament. He says, beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, and inwardly they are raven wolves. You will know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Even so, every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, nor can a bad tree bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown in the fire. Therefore, by their fruits you will know them. Not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father in heaven. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in your name, cast out demons in your name, and done many wonders in your name? And when I will declare to them, I never knew you, depart from me, you who practice lawlessness. Let's pray. Father in heaven, I pray to you daily, and I'm not patting myself on the back. I should pray more. But Lord, these are all your people. They're given their best for this school board, and we ask that you give them wisdom. We ask you to forgive the people that were making accusations against people and cheering about it. Forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they do. So at this time, give these board members 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 the strength and the wisdom to make decisions that gives us compassion for the students in Tippecanoe schools, we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Sorry you had to stay so late, stay up so late.
It's
Have a
all
good
about the
evening.
kids.
Okay. 13 miscellaneous upcoming meetings. The next work session meeting will take place on Tuesday, May 11th, 2021 at the Board of Education, beginning at 5 p.m. The next regular board meeting will take place on Monday, May 24th, 2021 at the Board of Education, beginning at 6 p.m. Looking for a motion in a second to adjourn.
No,
There's no executive session. What do you mean?
We're not having the executive session?
That person is unavailable. So they're still in their meeting.
Well,
Can we go into executive session?
yes, we need to follow the agenda.
Do we want, there's no,
I'll move to go into executive session.
okay. All right.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Okay.
Give Dahl the second one.
That's fine.
Sorry, Heather.
It'll be quick. That's a good thing, right?
Okay, Patrick,
Yeah, yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Heatherly,
Yes.
Core.
yes.
Okay, let me do
Do
my.
we want to invite anybody in? And do we
Oh, we
anticipate
don't,
any official?
oh,
action?
yeah, we don't need to invite anybody in, and we don't anticipate any action.
Do we not want Mr. Stefanik invited in?
Well, it's gonna be there's nothing to really,
I think we should
Sure,
invite
okay.
Mr. Stefanik in.
Sure.
At the very least, yeah.
awesome. Mr. Stefanik, you're invited into executive session. We don't anticipate any action.
Okay, 9:51.
It should be
Let me go ahead and
super
do my
fast.
thing.
5 minutes. Yep.
Start video. We are back.
It is 10:57. I am going to declare us back into general session. Looking for a motion and a second to adjourn.
I'll move.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Heatherly and Mr. Patrick.
Okay. Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes. Meeting adjourned.
at 10:57 PM.
Great.
Go ahead and
I don't know if, you know what, can I put that in her little box outside her door? Do you guys have mailboxes that cord? Don't you have a